now call the special meeting of the Lompoc City Council for Thursday, October 3rd, 2019 to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Vega.
Here.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Present.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Vega.
Still here.
Councilmember Mosby.
Here.
Councilmember Cordova.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Dirk Starbuck.
Present still.
Mayor Janelle Osborne.
Here. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And while it's not on the agenda, there has been a request for a public comment regarding something that is not actually on our agenda, and rather than having the person wait till the very end for public comment, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor for a brief public comment on city issues. So I believe, Kathy, this is when you had asked to speak.
My name is Kathy.
Here you go, Kathy.
Thank you so much.
It's adjustable.
My name is Kathy Yingst, and I actually wrote this email yesterday, and then I learned of this meeting, and so I decided to come and share it personally. I'm a little nervous, so I'm going to pretty much read it verbatim. Dear city leadership, the demolition of the municipal pool is one of the saddest decisions I have ever seen the community make. Countless people born and raised in the community, like myself, learned to swim in that pool. Childhood memories abound in those walls. I viewed this on the social media several alternatives to demolition that will preserve the history of the site, among them leaving basic structure for a park or landmark. Please refer to those suggestions. The history of Lompoc has slowly eroded over the years. I cite the decline of the flower fields and festival, the drive-in sits and abandoned, an increase in homelessness. I could go on. Lompoc will soon be known as the Valley of the Cannabis Dispensaries. The murals and theater projects are amazing and beautiful. Let's find a way to do the same for the pool. I welcome this opportunity to address the council. I am just a sad hometown girl right now, a proud LHS graduate who loves all things Lompoc. Please take all alternatives into account before the wrecking balls arrive. There are memories in those bricks of a community gone by. Thank you for any consideration. Kathy Yingst, LHS, class of 76. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Seeing no one else rise, we will close public comment and bring back to our agendized item, which is the public hearing and consideration of Planning Commission recommendations for the approval of the comprehensive update to Title 17 zoning of the Lompoc Municipal Code, adoption of resolution number 6258, parentheses 19, and introduction of ordinance number 1670, parentheses 19, and adoption of an addendum to the 2030 General Plan Environmental Impact Report. And I believe we have Mr. Brian Halverson to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let me just see if we can pop that up on the screen. There we go. I want to start off by just thanking the council that this has been a long road, but as we continue to push forward, obviously we had a signed ordinance that was approved by the council, and now we're working to get the rest of the zoning ordinance finished. I was going to say it at the end of my presentation, but I wanted to just emphasize that there are some projects in town that have been submitted and are waiting for this zoning ordinance to be adopted so they can take advantage of the flexibility that the staff and the council and the planning commission has worked with in order to make a code that would be more viable for some of the projects that are starting to come in. So I just wanted to start off and mention that. I'll try to go through this quickly because obviously we've been here before, we've done similar presentations, and so I'll try to go through quickly. But in general, we're going to review some of the council consensus items, also review council changes to the draft zoning code. Of course, I'm sure there'll be some more tonight, but to review those. Some parking requirements, that was a follow-up item for the planning division. We've been working with an applicant who is here and I think has some additional comments regarding that. And then any other comments that we would like to discuss tonight on the ordinance. So you've been graciously hauling around a couple big binders. So I want to thank you for keeping those binders so that we wouldn't have to keep printing each new meeting. So basically there's 3, attachments 7, 8, and 9. We're going to be talking about attachment 9 right now, and that's basically what we call the clean copy. And that's a copy that the consultant has put together showing the changes in a zoning code that could potentially be adopted. One of the things that staff tried to do, and we took this seriously, is trying to make some more flexibility with our zoning code. So when projects come in, they may not have to go through a longer process to get approval. And so the architectural guidelines are more flexible in the new zoning code, but in doing that, we have to also make a small revision with the existing guidelines to be consistent with our zoning code. So that basically would be changed, and then later we're going to do a whole overhaul of the architectural guidelines. But for now, it gives you flexibility, as it says here, for additions and alterations or new construction that are under 2,500 square feet. Moving along, cannabis, we all know that we have a cannabis ordinance. It's been it's very successful. We've got new businesses opening up. But in order to put some of the changes or some of the adopted land use regulations that were in that cannabis ordinance, we're going to go ahead and move those into the zoning code. So you see those uses in the land use tables. Also, there's been, Jeff has been very good to keep us up with new state law requirements for mobile vending, and so an actual mobile vending ordinance is part of the zoning code. So basically that will establish development standards, and we also are going to need to delete a current code section as well, 10.28.150. Some things that occurred even before I came to Lompoc was discussions about the Lompoc Old Town Specific Plan. Some thought it was a little long and tedious to look at both the zoning code and this. So working with the consultant, we took some, not all, of those regulations and put them into the zoning code. And by doing that, we would go ahead and repeal the specific plan. We have some amendments to the general plan, and then those standards, as I mentioned, will be put into the zoning code. Also, the council is concerned, and it's a valid concern, that the zoning code will create some non-conforming situations in town. And so there was, the council brought up that it would be appropriate to do this informational letter that would be, that staff could put together upon request. Obviously, we can't do it for everyone, but upon request, what we would do is we would go through the zoning code and to the best of our ability, provide that business owner or property owner some areas where there would be nonconformities created as a result of adopting a new zoning ordinance. So the next one is, the first part was the consensus items. The second part is council directing changes to the zoning code. So the council wanted to see the flexibility that our current zoning code has, so that if a use is not listed, and certain findings can be made, that you could allow with a conditional use permit, instead of being limited to just that list. Accessory uses in industrial zones was quite a big topic at the Planning Commission level and here at the council level, and we came up with 49% as the an accessory use, so anything for 51% of whatever the primary industrial use would need to be at least that amount. And then wine tasting could occupy 100% of the floor area if there's no wine production. But it's very important to emphasize that even though wine tasting could be 100%, there's still other requirements like parking that we do need to look at. So even though they may be able to do something, if there isn't enough parking or other limitations, for example, building and fire, that they do need to be aware of that. Restaurants, trying to bring restaurants in industrial zones, obviously the wine ghetto and other areas, they want to have the ability to have restaurants, so staff has worked with the wine industry very closely. We've amended the code to allow restaurant uses. Now that being said, those areas that are industrial or business park, they're not planned and they weren't intended to be areas to have restaurants. And so there could be some things that come up regarding infrastructure. And the only way that we could, really review that is at the building permit stage or level. And that could trigger some requirements for infrastructure improvements. So just want you to be aware of that. That would be in the zoning code as a kind of a footnote. Mr. Len's here tonight, and I worked with him very closely to go over those comments, and I think we talked about a lot of those, all of them at the last meeting. There's an exception to number 27, and we can't make a change because that was part of a general plan EIR requirement. I think it was the mechanical equipment. The H Street overlay, we went back through those particular uses and we found some holes or some past council actions that needed to be addressed. And I'm not going to list them all, but for example, animal raising, we all remember the chicken discussion, and so we needed to put some of those uses back into that land use table. I know this is going to come up tonight, but the H Street overlay standards, council wants to have the ability to allow parking in front of buildings and eliminate build-to line requirements. So we would delete those sections. We also made an amendment to the general plan. It's land use measure 23 that says encourage instead of require parking to be in the front. So that doesn't mean that they have to, but we encourage that. At the same time, each project is reviewed on a case-by-case basis by staff, other departments, and the Planning Commission. So if you have a line of buildings that are, say, up front, a lot of times it's good for a streetscape appearance to have the next building be towards the front. But if the buildings are all set back, then most likely buildings that are proposed are going to be set back from the street. So that's why we put in encourage. Also, the H Street overlay, there could be, there will be nonconforming uses, and so the council wanted to allow those structures to be rebuilt. For example, a fire is a good example. If it was rebuilt, they could, or if there was a fire, they could rebuild it as long as they didn't expand, say, the footprint. They could rebuild that structure even if it was non-conforming. So other uses, just kind of bringing the code up to date. The cannabis ordinance talked about allowing a cannabis where pharmacies are allowed, so that was kind of a carryover that we wanted to correct, and we actually replaced pharmacy with dispensary. Adding dry cleaning and processing as a permitted in the CB zone, and then the last meeting, there was a letter, and it's attached to your council report, that There are certain individuals that would like to have veterinary clinics or hospitals in the Old Town, so that's a change that was recommended by the council. Moving right along, metal storage containers, a tough topic, but we tried our best, and I think we did a pretty good job with coming up with some standards, reaching out to other municipalities, talking to other staff members in other cities and counties. They are everywhere. There's no doubt about it. So we came up with some guidelines, some standards, so that when people do want to place them, they would have to meet these standards. And that's just the table that summarizes the standards. Allowing off-site parking within 300 feet. Staff was really trying to be more flexible, so we wanted to allow a further distance, so 400 feet, but there was a mention that it should be only 300 feet, so we're going to revise that. The special event overlay was removed from the code. It's unfortunate, but also fortunate, because what it does allow us to do is reach out to the industrial community, including the wine community, and come back with some recommendations through a working group, as opposed to trying to work that out in this setting, which, time is valuable, and there's a lot of issues that need more time and need more effort. And so I've already looked into some dates and sent out some dates to some of the wine community members to have a meeting either at the end of October or possibly the first week in November. So I'm not going to go through all of these because I just summarized all the issues, but these are, in short, the summary of the council changes to the draft zoning code. And parking requirements for self-storage was a follow-up item. So what staff did is we went out, talked to a particular applicant that's actually in the process of wanting to build a mini storage facility, as well as looking at other cities and county requirements for self-storage, working with the fire department. And we came up with this ratio and relayed that to an applicant who's wanting to build mini storage. And essentially, right now the code requirement is very strict, and so we really streamlined it and took into consideration modern designs for mini storage. So there's the ratio there on the screen. We think that it would work well. That actually concludes my presentation, but tonight I know there's going to be other comments, so what we could do is we could just go through the other comments that the council has, or we could go through the code division by division. I wouldn't suggest that. I guess I am biased of maybe the shorter route, just because we've been at this for a little while, but we could, if the council would like to, go division by division. And everybody has their books? Okay. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Mr. Halverson, for clarity and for council and the community, the recommendation that was in the both the staff report and the agenda summarizes these items that we've already addressed. So a motion to approve the zoning ordinance for these items you just reviewed is part of what's already been recommended for tonight, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so our additional discussion is regarding any additional changes or concerns to the zoning ordinance above and beyond what we have discussed. So if there is anything that is brought up by council, we should have a discussion, get recommendation from staff, and then open it for public comment before making a decision. So that would be the general format for tonight. Councilmember Vega.
If I could, questioning part, I do have questions here on the off-site parking. Brian, if I could, it looked like the off-site parking that's 300 square feet or 300 feet versus the 400. Maybe you could enlighten us and the public again what the reasoning was for the more stringent side, which is usually a little odd. It sounds like the flexibility for 400 square feet was taken back to 300 square feet, and maybe you could refresh us on how that happened or what the reason was.
So I would defer to Councilmember Mosby because he actually initiated the change. Staff was looking for something more flexible for businesses. He made a motion, and it seemed like everyone was on board. But in general, when people are looking to grab parking that's off-site, It can be a good distance, 400 feet, not too far. You don't want to make it too far because then people might have difficulty, whether you're handicapped or maybe you don't want to walk a far distance. But in general, we thought 400 feet was appropriate, but then 300 was suggested. So that's about all I
Okay,
have.
and I guess my thought process is we've gone through all kinds of measurements on what 500 or 600 feet is, so approximately it's about maybe a block, okay? And the reason I'm asking about it is for 400 square feet is a block versus 300, which would maybe be, what, half a block or a little bit less, okay? That'd be one of my questions here. Do you want me to address these one at a time? I have several questions here.
However you would like.
Okay, I'd like to go through the couple that I have here, if I could.
So are you saying that you prefer 400 or 300?
I'd like to hear the explanation again for clarity for the public. That's why we're here with a hearing, and I want to see again what the reasoning was before versus 3 versus 400 square feet, okay? My next question here on the special event overlay. We've been here for years now going through this, and I guess one of my questions is, we continuously keep going out to community outreach. Our meetings have been involved on the public forum. There's been community outreach. We've heard from them. It seems like there's, if we keep going, but we're going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth because I feel that there's a resistance against allowing an entity or a certain business plan to move forward based on maybe planning principles or basically because industrial wasn't ever planned to be a wine industry type of business. So I'm kind of concerned with that and why we continuously keep going out for public outreach or community outreach when we've already done that. So I'm kind of questioning why. Okay, it's an extension of time. It seems like it's a way of not doing it and we're not moving forward. We've had enough information and input, and I'll tell you, the business community has spoken to me by far, and they're not just the wine people. They're talking about why can't we get something moving forward? Why can't we think a little different? Why is our versatility so limited based on parking?
Yeah, I could respond to that.
Okay.
Okay. So it's not just parking. There's a lot of issues that are a little more complicated than parking. So one of the things that came up just 2 weeks ago is I got comments from a winery, and then I got comments from other wineries. So what I'm getting and what I'm seeing, and this has been going on for quite a while, is that we're getting kind of a variety of inputs from a variety of people. And so I can't confidently say right now that we have consensus or that winery wouldn't have come in and submitted comments if there was already like a consensus with all the wineries. Also, the issues are not just parking, but there's been some concerns about public health and safety. So not just the parking element, but large amounts of people gathering in an area that's built, designed, and occupied from a certificate of occupancy standpoint for not large groups. So those areas are for storage or for processing. They might have a tasting room, so that's good. So there are some major concerns regarding that. And so we tried very hard, and you're right, we have gone back and forth, absolutely, to try to build a consensus. And there has not been I cannot confidently say right now that there has been a consensus. If there was, I don't think that we would be here right now. We would probably have some good definitive development standards, or we'd have some criteria that everybody agrees, and I don't think that everybody agrees. I mean, councils can adopt whatever they want to adopt, but I think we're not there yet, so.
I got you, Brian. I appreciate the explanation, and I respect your experience and what you do. What I'm doing here is trying to move whatever we can forward after an extensive length of time. I don't believe with the wine industry, I think they're so independent that we've always had a hard time getting a consensus. And I've always been saying, we've always said that the documents that we adopt can be changed, but everyone's always said in planning and building that nothing is perfect, okay? If we're waiting for perfection, we're not going to get it, and I think that's probably what you're up against also. I think so. I think it's maybe, I'd like the council at least to think about this and moving a business forward with knowing that we can make changes as we go. But if we're looking for consensus of independent wine industry people, I don't think we're going to get it. You know, I think we've listened and we've listened and we've gone far enough. I think on the, and if I could move on here, Brian, I have one more, and then we can reference the other one, okay, bud? And the storage containers. My concern with storage containers is my recollection of when we adopted this was meant to restrict the size within residential areas. I think one of the mistakes, or maybe the things we could have changed here, was on the commercial end, maybe the size factor shouldn't have been a part of this. I think that it should have been separated. I think remembering your comments, because you thought, well, there's lack of code enforcement people because of staffing, so you wanted to make sure there's people weren't living in them. So the comparable was that based on a storage shed that you could buy at Home Depot, I think that's where the size limitation came in. They thought, well, we've got 120 square feet, but I don't think it's fair on the commercial end as long as they go through the process that's laid out with the CUP. So I think the size demographic is a non-issue on the commercial end because they only make a couple of size containers as far as how big they are, so they can go to 40 or 45 feet. And of course, you can get a 14-footer or you can get whatever the size in between, but I don't think they get any larger than 45 feet. So I'm kind of thinking it doesn't make sense if you have a process to get a regular size container approved within a commercial area and they go through the process that's laid out, Brian. So I'm kind of just questions. These are questions, okay, and maybe we can with some clarity, or maybe there was something that wasn't clear or wasn't specifically laid out previously.
Sure. So there's actually been a lot that has occurred since the last meeting regarding metal storage containers. Challenging issues, but not issues that we can't overcome. So one of the things that's come up with a couple projects is they have come to the counter and asking for, say, a temporary use permit or wanting them permanent. So on a temporary basis, we can do it for 180 days. But it also depends on what they're using it for. As soon as someone proposes a storage container that's larger than 120 square feet, not planning, but the building division will require a building permit for anything over 120. So regardless of what zone, if you take the zone out of your mind, let's just say zoning allows it anywhere or everywhere. That 120 square foot rule is hard and fast from the building division, and that kicks in a lot of costly improvements that they would have to do, whether it's anchoring or a foundation or, you know, doors, et cetera. And so we were trying to stay within that range because we didn't want to lead the public down a path of saying, well, yeah, do a 40-footer or do a large one, and that's fine with zoning, but then the building department says, no, you can't do that without a building permit. So we kind of were thinking that let's stay within those parameters so that the public didn't think that they could do larger containers and not have these heavy requirements on them. They're much stricter than any planning requirement listed in that table that I have on the screen. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And that's why we put down some of these rules on the size.
You know, in my recollection, I don't think that was the intention.
Can I interject? I mean, there was a question asked. Can I be called?
What I'd like to do is make sure that Councilmember Vega's asked all his questions, and yes, I do know that you have some response to that, but I want to make sure that Councilmember Vega's asked all his questions, and once...
I can give him some answers.
I realize you can, and I will absolutely call on you next, but I want to make sure Councilmember Vega's asked the questions he feels he needs to of staff, and that staff did defer to you, and that you may step in as soon as he is ready to have your feedback from your motions. If you would just be respectful of that. You're absolutely going to get the ability to respond to Councilmember Vega's questions that were your recommendations. Yeah,
no, I'm more than happy to hear Councilman Mosby's rebuttal on that, but you know, the comment you made, it's hard and fast now with 120 square feet. I think that you guys or someone ran with the ball on this and ran right to building and changed the rules that I believe if you go back and listen to the council meeting, which I have listened to it, I don't think that was the intent. You're saying the zoning is only one zone, so that it wasn't be able to be split up into residential versus commercial. I believe that's what you said, okay? You said it's only one zone, there's one parameter, there's one size, and one size fits all. Anything bigger than that is outside of the envelope, and it goes from planning directly to building. So there is no gray area from which to allow a 40-foot container, according to what I just heard. So, and I'm just, again, that's my question, and then after that, I'm done, okay?
Any other response, Mr. Halverson?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, so the minutes, that's one of the reasons why you had the minutes changed, because that was a component originally. It was thought that the 120 square foot was for all zones, but that was only for the residential component. And that's why you saw the minutes come back the last meeting, and that was corrected. That was to be for the residential component. It wasn't to reflect on the commercial component at all, the limitation of 120 square foot. That was strictly for the residential. So partially what you heard there was also a correction to that. So there wasn't a limiter on the commercial component, only the residential for the 120 square foot. He is correct that building code will come into play if it's over 120 square foot. So we allow it in the zoning, at least we don't mandate them to have a CUP. There's probably 200, 300, 400, 500 of these out there. So at least they won't have to get the CUP to do this. Or the TUP would be a permitted component. But they're still going to have to comply with building and fire code for potential ingress, egress components. If that answered your question.
I'm not sure if I can respond here, if the mayor will allow it.
Absolutely.
It answers my question, but it doesn't seem fair, okay? Yeah, you've got the 120 square feet, okay? But they're going by that for everything, okay? And maybe we can clarify that with Brian for the public, because, hey, I'm just asking questions here, and he's the guy that's in charge here of the planning. So maybe Brian, again, you heard his response there. Maybe you could clarify if that's correct, or if that's your understanding, or if anyone that has a storage container that's full-size downtown, does that 120 square feet throw them out, that mandate?
So after talking to the building department on a number of occasions, regardless if it's residential, commercial, industrial, we have one right now that wants to go into a commercial zone. So we have a handout at our building counter, and I know we're talking about zoning, but this does come into play, that says basically if it's over 120 square feet, you need to get a building permit. So I apologize if there was any confusion regarding the 120 square feet. On the screen, it does say limit the size to 14 feet or 120 square feet. So if that wasn't the council's intention, I apologize. But irregardless of residential or commercial or industrial, that 120 square foot provision applies.
I think, my understanding of it, I wouldn't have agreed to it if I did agree to it, going back in time, because 120 square foot, it doesn't work. I just don't understand why, again, I'm referring to Councilman Mosby. He said it's okay to have a building permit. I just don't understand. There's people that are out there already without a building permit, so how does that cover them? And why is it a non-issue?
Councilmember Mosby?
So the motion I made and that you voted on was limiting the zone code book just on the residential to the 120. Through zoning, we didn't restrict zoning. So there's two components. There's zoning and building. Building, we don't have control over. Zoning, we were. So the mistake was made, and I know it was caught in the minutes, and I thought that was discussed with planning, but that was to only be restricting in the residential, not the commercial component through zoning. So the motion you made, the motion that I made, and I think you might have seconded it, allowed for the commercial to have the larger containers via zoning. So that way they didn't have to go pay a $2,500 for a CUP. So that got straightened out, I believe, right, Mr. Halverson? Did that get straightened out?
Well, I mean, that's certainly, if that's the direction you want to go, we can go that direction.
That was the motion I made a couple nights ago. I know that the city clerk found it that way, and that's why she changed the minutes of the meeting.
Yeah, I think,
That was the motion I had made,
okay, all right.
all right? So that straightens that out for us in zoning.
And if the mayor will let me respond? if that's
Absolutely.
okay. And that's my understanding of it here, okay? You're saying it got changed, and I don't see it, okay? And I see the vagueness here, so I want to clarify and make sure that we in fact gave clear direction and we're on the same page as with the planning manager, so that we make sure that we do this correctly. I think part of what we do sometimes is we're not clear, and we haven't given clear, concise direction to say we want this, not this, and we want that. And then it applies to whether a CUP or not, or a TUP. I think that's what I need to hear. And I need to see that we have a consensus here, and maybe the council needs to blend in on this.
And if I may, what I did to make sure we clarify is I typed my stuff up this time, so we wouldn't have the confusions. I sat down with him beforehand, and I made sure so that we didn't have any disconnect. And in here, once again, I'll be doing that later tonight to clarify and fix all of this to make sure, so there's no more confusion. Okay?
Mr. Halverson, are we being clear here or in the understanding of it so I can understand? So
I think the council's being clear. I think when the planners are at the counter helping our customers here in Lompoc, you know, a lot of times a customer will come up to us and go, what's the zoning requirements? And we'll tell them. And then right after that discussion, we'll emphasize how important it is to talk to the building division. So if they want to do that larger container that you want to allow in the zoning, they're going to walk over to the building department and they're going to go, oh, wow, zoning allows me to do it, but you're saying I need a building permit. So as long as you understand that they're going to just have to go straight to building. The zoning code has been addressed, but they're going to have to go to building, get a building permit for over that 120 square feet. So, and they could get, you know, a letter, or they could get, you know, they could be told that you cannot put that container out there and use it for, you know, they have to tell them what they're using it for without a building permit. So you are kind of stepping into that next realm.
And if I could speak here again from the mayor?
You still
that's
have the
okay?
floor, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure. I guess the clarity I'm looking for, does that work for everybody, and what happens to the existing containers, okay, that are here, okay? Are they all going to be required to get a building permit, or what are we doing here by doing this, okay? Are we not looking far enough down the road, or have we created something else?
Well, the problem is already out there. We don't have enforcement, so unless we get a complaint or unless someone proposes a project, then we explain to them the requirements. We all know, I don't want to pretend like they're not everywhere. They are everywhere throughout town, and it's not just Lompoc. So I even heard that in the city of San Luis Obispo that they issue building permits for storage or shipping containers. And I was like, wow. Yeah. So, you know, people are doing it. It's just a matter of, do they come in? Do they find out the requirement? Do they apply for a building permit? Are they upfront and say, look, I've got these on my property. What do I do to get them legal? So that's really...
And I don't want to put anybody in jeopardy and then put them in violation for something they've had for 30 years or 35 years or something. What I'm looking for is, I can see the trigger with the change of use, and I'm trying to find out with your mindset, not just with the complaint component of it. If somebody tells on you, now you get in trouble, now you go get a building permit, I don't think that's fair. So that's why I'm bringing this up on existing containers that have been there a long time. Unless there's a change of use, is there anything else we can do?
So Councilmember Mosby, just to make a statement to what you're saying, those are already non-conforming buildings per our building code, per the state building code. What you are describing all over town, you cannot correct that with any change you make to the zoning ordinance. So state building code says anything over 120 square feet requires a building permit. And to have a building permit, they have to meet certain egresses, ventilation, tie downs, things of that nature.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with 120 square feet now after hearing all this. But that's my issue, okay? I heard what happened, and Councilman Mosley made a motion to make it 120 square feet, and we went along with it based on the size of a storage container at Home Depot or something. I'm not really comfortable with that if it's going to be, if that's where the guidelines are set. Anything outside of 120 square feet triggers a building permit.
Yeah, like our director says, is they actually showed us in the California Building Code. That has nothing to do with zoning at all. That's straight from the California Building Code. So, I mean, we could disagree with it, but it's kind of like we can't change it.
No, I got you, and I'm trying to vet it so I understand it, so we can relay it to the public. I don't want to just be over here pushing my light on and not understanding what we're talking about. That's why we're here. So, thank you.
Any additional comments regarding that, Mr. Mosby, before I yield the floor to Councilwoman Cordova?
Our limiter, Councilmember Vega, was just at the residential component, only allowing those to go maxed out at 120 square feet. Commercial components, we didn't touch. You're allowed to have the biggest ones. According to zoning, we can't control the other component, the building component, which they're still going to be allowed to have them. What we did is you would have to get a conditional use permit. So we shaved off that whole analytics. And the city is probably one of the largest violators of this. They probably have 30 of these units around or better. But not having to go get a CUP, which is a lengthy process, we skimmed that off there for the 400 or 500 units that are in town. But I think putting a 50-foot or 40-foot length in residential in somebody's backyard is just a little over encumbering. That's why our recommendation was to keep it only in residential at the 14-foot container size. But commercially, they would be allowed to go further. I had another item that I wanted to add on with that, because there's going around town and seeing what else we needed to do to allow people to do what they're doing. Because there are some non-residential units in residential, namely like assembly facilities, churches and such, but allowing those facilities to be allowed to have, based on the square footage size, allow them to have more than one without the size limitation on them, as well as apartment complexes, because apartment complexes have been using these, which are also in residential zones. But so there would be a qualifier that I'd like to add on what we did, but also to make sure staff understands what it was, our motion was the last time. I did make enough copies of this, so I can't pass this out, but I would give it to staff and read from it so you can understand what you were trying to do.
May I add just one quick thing, Councilmember Cordova, or would you like to talk and then I respond?
Well, I'd like to clear this up as much as possible before we move on, and I realize Councilmember Cordova may have added commentary to this, but in trying to satisfy Mr. Vega's questions, I want to make sure before we move on from him that he's got as much understanding as possible whether or not we're making changes right now isn't the issue. It's making sure the understanding is there. So if you would like to add to that before I go to either of them, please do.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. And Councilman Mosby, I get it, but the CUP, you're saying, so they won't have to get a CUP, they'll have to go to get a building permit, okay? Now that makes it probably not able to be done, okay, within a cost factor, okay? And that was my question when we're coming back. You're going this for that, but if that won't work at all, then the CUP might have been an option. I'm just asking for clarification, because you're saying it's $4,800 to $5,000 for a CUP, but a building permit would require foundation. Anything else that the building department could require to make that a permanent structure. Okay, and that's my questioning here, okay? And I just need a little clarification, and I'll let it go. But that's what I'm asking about.
So I think to help this along, is that the motion was simply to assist residential with a limitation that's within the standard, and that's the motion we made. Anything else that is larger in either residential or commercial will absolutely have to have more, and as a result, be building and additional permits and that sort of thing. But for the residential, that is where that limitation came in and where it's only applied. That 120 square feet doesn't limit commercial from doing something larger. It just says, if this is all you're doing, this is how easy it's going to be. But if you're going to do anything above that, because building code is triggered, you're going to have to meet building code standards, which we don't control. So I'm hoping that clarifies it, is that what we've actually done is make it easier for the residential, standardized what's normally seen in residential, and made it easier by not having to get that CUP. That's the conversation I see going back and
I'm
forth.
going to let it go, but I don't think it was clarified in the beginning. The 120 square foot was something that we voted on the last time, okay?
Yep.
And that's my issue, okay? That
Okay.
was not set by the state. That was something that we negotiated and we voted on.
Yeah.
Am I correct, Brian? That could have been another number?
Yeah, for the zoning.
Okay, and that's my issue. My issue is saying 120 square feet, anything outside of 120 square feet goes to building, and I got it,
Yep.
right? Is that what we
It
did?
does go to building.
Okay, and the clarification was meant that it was misclarified that it was for residential and outside of that, so I think that's just a clarification that he's working on with you guys versus the minutes.
Now, regarding the CUP, I just wanted to add that, so that we can be clear, is that if someone is operating a business, for example, Councilman Mosby brought up a good point that sometimes recycling businesses that are done out of metal containers type things, and then also if it's a vacant site, the standards that have been developed here do require a CUP if it's a vacant site, so someone just puts a bunch of containers on a vacant site, or if they run a business out of that. I'm kind of curious if we have consensus on if that's appropriate to have that requirement.
I'm going to yield the floor now. I think it's been clarified to a point where I still don't agree with all of it, and I get it, but I'm looking at the money part of it. It's basically what I'm doing, the cost factor. So I'm kind of looking at it from a businessman's standpoint for somebody that needed a use and had a use like that, not just generically saying you have to have a building permit. So I was trying to vet this, okay? So thank you.
Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, so, again, I know it's been clarified, and I have, the city clerk's making some copies of this, because I found out there was an area that we had left out, and we need to add a little bit more on the container component. But just simply stating, there's nothing that we can do in the zone code about structures greater than 120 square feet and not getting a building permit. There's nothing that we can do up here to not mandate that. That's something completely above us. State level, up there, they could, but we can't control that. So what we're trying to do here is make it as easy as we can for the public to get along with what's existing. And I'd like to say the cat's already out of the bag on these items, and we need to try to wrap it up as best we can. But I needed a couple more for the council. No, I didn't give the council any.
Councilmember Mosby, would you mind if Councilmember Cordova spoke? I believe it's on this matter, while we wait for those
Speak,
copies.
but she gives you copies.
Councilmember Cordova, thank you for your patience.
So for clarity, Christy, you just said that the people that are out there with containers already that are larger than the 120 square feet, they're non-conforming, correct?
If they're permanent structures.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I fully understand where Councilmember Vega is coming from and saying, you know, the cost factor, it's not fair. But, and I understand, I think, where Brian's coming from and having added it in there to kind of, I guess, give the public some guidance of saying, hey, this is your maximum, and if you go beyond this, then you're having to go to building. My thing is this. Leave it up to the public. If they go beyond the 120, then they have to incur that cost,
period. Because there are people, not everybody is illegally having these containers. There are people that have done the foundation, that have put it permanent structure, that have painted it to match the building, that have ensured the proper flow or the proper egress. And so to say that it's not fair that the public has to pay this is something that comes along with what they're requesting to do. And it's not fair that some people will go and follow the law and do what they are required to do by building code, and then we're trying to change something to modify it for those people that are already breaking the law. So again, if it meets us at a happy medium where you take it out, it doesn't matter if you take it out or you leave it in there in my eyes, because anything over 120 square feet, they're gonna go to the building code, period.
And I believe that is exactly what we've done. So just for the public, the recommendation and what was moved forward by council was that for all zones, excluding residential, was instead of standard adhering to the architectural guidelines, painting to match was instead acceptable, and allow 5 containers per acre instead of 1 per parcel of business. For residential zones, what we did was say, limit the container size to the 120 square feet or 14 foot. Temporary containers do not need to adhere to accessory structure standards. Permanent containers do need to adhere to those accessory structures. They'll be allowed, but must adhere to those accessory structure standards. And then churches in residential zones would be allowed to have permanent containers. So that is what we moved forward, and that limitation was designed as a result of the building code, because most backyards aren't big enough to have much larger than that 14 square foot and become a burden on those neighborhoods to be able to see something that large that wasn't an ADU. We do allow larger structures, but they usually have to follow the accessory structures. And that's triggered typically by going with accessory dwelling units. If I'm understanding, you can do larger structures, and if you choose just to do storage in those structures in your backyard, you are welcome to do it. It just means you have to go through the ADU standards that are already part of our ruling that we accepted from the state. That's, I think, where we're getting confused, is that we're saying, it feels like some of council believes that we're saying you can't build a structure any larger than 120 square feet. You absolutely can, but if you do that, it triggers accessory structure standards that have a whole different set. So you can do that in residential. We're just saying if you choose to 120 square feet or 14 feet in length, you don't have to come in and get all the additional things done. Does that help? Am I interpreting, God, I'm tongue-tied on this, interpreting that correctly?
That's a very good summary. I just
you.
wanted to add one thing that I talked to the attorney about, is we do not want to say churches. I think what would be more appropriate, and I think I might have talked to others about this, is just say commercial uses in residential zones. Would that be appropriate?
I'd prefer non-residential uses in residential zones.
I was just reading from our staff
Non-residential.
report. So for clarity, we're making sure that the verbiage in the zoning ordinance says non-commercial in residential rather than what the staff report says of churches. Okay, that's fine. Councilmember Cordova.
So if people have the option to do that, though, and assuming that they go and they pay the fees and they put the foundation and they do everything that they're required to do, I think maybe the issue that some of our council members may be having with this is that the actual the verbiage says limit container use to 14 feet. So it really shouldn't read that. It should say that the zoning ordinance allows for this much, but if you would like something greater, then you would then have to abide by building code. Why can't we say that? Because if they come to the counter, or it might deter people from thinking that they are not allowed to do anything larger than 14 feet. Whether it's in residential or commercial, I'm past residential because I think that one was not the issue. The issue that we're having is in the commercial area. So by putting it that we limit container size to 14 feet, you're telling the public that's it, that's all you can do. So unless somebody at the counter, every single time someone comes to the counter and says, I want something larger than that, they're going to say, yes, you can have something larger than that, you will just have to comply with our building code. Then I suggest that we change the verbiage.
Mr. Halverson, I think that the 14-foot and the 120 square foot limit in the code is only in residential, right?
That's correct. And I think the 14-foot basically just came as the industry standard. Those containers, a lot of them are pretty, even if they're shorter, most of them are 14.
Okay,
14
so
long.
when someone looks at the code and they want to put a container in residential zone, they're going to see the 14-foot maximum. But if they want to put a container in a commercial zone, then they're not going to see any maximum
Right.
in the code, in the zoning code at all.
Right.
Councilmember Mosby.
And I understand Councilmember Cordova's comment that a qualifying statement in there, which would allow this, greater than this, must get a building permit to qualify for something greater than that. So you could have that qualifying statement in my chart that I just made.
Are you talking about in residential zones or in commercial zones?
Well, in a residential, I believe is what she was mentioning as well, which we allow people to build greater units in residential. They just have to understand that they have to go push more papers.
Well, my understanding is that the zoning code was going to say in residential,
Right.
you cannot build more than 14 feet or 120 square feet, because that's going to be a zoning code rule.
But
That's correct.
don't we allow people to build things greater than 14 foot? But they can't be sheds, they're ADUs and things like that, or
Well, we're talking about containerized
Yeah, we're
storage
talking about
units,
containers.
only, right?
just container alone? You okay with that? Okay. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Very good. So that doesn't affect that. So, but what I did have here, and this was for an add-on, and part of it got cut off just a little bit. But what I was looking at for in residential zones is something that came up with. So non-residential uses, can't call them churches, but they're apartment complexes and non-residential uses in residential zones. And when I put in here's a qualifier, so businesses, apartments, with over 14,000 square foot of floor area can have one additional container for every 14,000 square feet of floor area, up to a maximum of 5 containers. Single-family residence does not apply. So this is things like apartment complexes and such. So this would allow them to have more than just one per parcel.
And this is a recommendation you'd like to see as an adjustment to this?
To add on to everything else. And everything else that's on this paper, we've already approved. I
Approved.
just wanted to make sure it was solidified.
From the planning department's feedback, is the 14,000 square feet an appropriate floor area for matching that? I mean, are you aware of other communities and what limitations they might put as to what is a qualifier to trigger the next level of having an additional storage facility?
I think that's standard. We've been talking about it for a while. I think it's appropriate, but we didn't look to see if other cities have that 14,000. That kind of came after our research, and I don't recall that number. But I think originally, John Lynn, I think, might have suggested the 14,000 when I was working with him. So I think it's fine.
Okay. And from the city attorney, for us to make this, if we move forward with this concept, we still need to have public comment because it is an adjustment too.
Yeah, that's the way we've been proceeding, is on every little topic of discussion,
Right.
we have public comment.
Okay. So I agree that this adds some clarity and allows for some flexibility for those non-residential, residential options and could agree to it. Councilmember Vega.
I'd like to thank Councilwoman Cordova for the clarification. I think when I was having this conversation with the planning director or planning manager once upon a time, generically in the conversation, it was, there's another issue downtown with somebody that has a container, but in conversation, it says, well, it's exceeding 120 square feet, it automatically, it's out of my hands, it goes to building, okay? So the clarification and the understanding wasn't there on my part to understand that because it was outside of this, because globally, when we're having this conversation, it seems like, without the clarification, it seems like it affects everything in town without separating the residential/commercial component of it. So I just wanted to clarify that. In conversation, sometimes we can just say, hey, it exceeded 120 square feet, automatically goes to building. So I see where she's talking about that the clarification would have been a little bit better if we could somehow do that. You guys are separating it by saying it's in residential, so they're never going to know the difference. I don't know. not sure when it goes to commercial. So what happens here if it goes to commercial? They're never going to see the residential guidelines, is what we're saying. Is that correct?
Well, no, they'll see the guidelines because we're going to have these standards in the zoning
I know.
code if the council adopts them. So they'll see them when we could have handouts at the counter and things like
Well,
that.
I'm just trying to make it easy. I mean, Jeff, you may have a comment on what I said.
If someone wants to put a storage container in a commercial zone, they're going to look at the code and they're not going to see any size requirement in the code. And if it's over 120 square feet, they will have to get a building permit.
Okay.
But when they look at the zoning code, they're not going to see any size limit.
Thank you.
All right, so we have had a full discussion on this. We've had a recommended adjustment, and now I will open the floor to public comment regarding the additional change that has been recommended. Magically appeared.
John Lynn Lompoc resident. Clearly the chairs are softer in the lobby. Yeah, all those things are great. There is a one-word correction in there. It's supposed to say 1 per parcel or 5 per acre. The way it reads now, it would be 5 per acre and none per parcel. So the idea behind that was in town, they're parcels and they're small, but there are several large parcels that don't have a lot of buildings on them, and that was why I corrected my former mistake and said, or 5 per acre. And I think Mr. Mosby put that in there, but I just want to make sure, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll bring it back for discussion and a vote. Any further discussion or changes? Seeing none, the motion is to adapt the residential zones permanent containers to allow for the non-residential uses 1 per parcel with over 14,000 square feet of floor area, or 1 additional container for every 14,000 square feet of floor area, up to a maximum of 5 containers per, and single-family exemption. They cannot do this. All right.
And to add one note to that, non-residential uses, I believe I heard Councilmember Mosby say, includes apartment complexes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. That is the motion. I seconded it for Councilmember Mosby. Any other questions or clarity before we vote? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. All right. Floor is open for additional issues. Any concerns? Councilmember Mosby.
I have some that I've typed up and hope I can make them fast. Some can be consolidated. Again, I did run these by planning as well as the city attorney, so I can consolidate some. I do have some more copies. Mr. Halverson, did you make more copies?
I did not make more copies, but I did give a copy for myself and Ms.
I have 4 more there.
If we have some extra copies, we could put them on the table for the public.
If I could just make a couple real fast up front. One we had an item came up a number of years ago about churches and what they're being allowed in not treating them differently than other assemblies. And it was a little gray for me, but talking with the city attorney, and I mentioned it a couple times in here, but talking with the city attorney, everything I have in here about churches will bypass. But the other thing, just for clarification and for the record, I believe we did it the last time, but all zonings for safe parking would have to get a CUP, not an MUP. And I believe, did we do that the last time, Mr. Halverson?
Yeah, that was a recommendation.
Okay, so that's something that we have going forward. So I do have it in here as well, so that's already been done. So it's not as many pages as it looks like. But if we could take maybe one page at a time, or whatever you guys would like to do this, but I think some of these are in here that are some of the game-changing components for the community that we need to, I know we can update and change things, but sometimes it takes a year or two to come back and make a change. And if you're the person who owns the property, it can be quite conflicting for you. But if you guys would bear with me on this, I think we can get through it relatively fast.
For clarity, are there any large changes that you're requesting that potentially should have gone before Planning Commission? Because again, any major change that impacts several sections of it, I would feel remiss if we didn't send back to the Planning Commission. I'm happy to discuss things that are cleaning up and making it an easier to read document or making it more consistent, but if something's a major change that might have more impacts, I'm a little concerned about not at least vetting it through Planning Commission.
I don't know, the city attorney, do you know everything that's technically a major item?
I think maybe the way to do this is just to start going and one item by item, and if the council thinks that they would want to send that item back to the Planning Commission, then they can decide to do that. If I think that it's something that is so different from a topic the Planning Commission has discussed, then I can jump in and recommend you to send it back down.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback.
And again, a couple items are in here are about discussion, or we don't have to discuss them, but there are things that have come up over in the past decade they were kind of skipped on. There's not as many as it looks like in here. There's a lot of blank. But starting off with the first one, as parking is an impact in all commercial zones, it needs to be unified standard to be equitable to all businesses. And my motion would be that parking lots and parking structures to be permitted in all commercial zone. Parking structures shall be require a CUP except PCD and CB.
And Councilmember Mosby, what you have written here is commercial zones in caps, which is a certain section of our code that includes the CC, the CB, the OTC, and the PCD. But I think, based on my conversations with you, what you were intending is all zones that allow commercial uses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
May I give a little background regarding this item?
Sure.
Okay. So generally speaking, kind of a rule of thumb, when someone sees a conditional use permit requirement, they tend to be discouraged because there's a process, needs to go to a public hearing, and there's a fee. So parking lots and parking structures alone, just stand alone, are usually discouraged because the city would like to see that site, with the building. We'd like to, see the highest and best use, et cetera. So the CUP is really discouraging a lot of parking lots with no buildings. So I just kind of wanted to give you the logic behind why the code is drafted as such. So that's it.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of what the city wants. I think it would be a matter of what the property owner wants. And so this does give a property owner options, and it really doesn't concern the city if he wants to put a parking lot in.
My logic is there are some parking lots already existing, and to allow them to continue to exist and not with a CUP. Likewise, if somebody wants to buy a lot, think it's a good deal for their business or otherwise, that they can have that lot work for them. It's one of the facilities was built as a parking lot and is not to be allowed to use as a parking lot anymore. And I think that's ridiculous that we do this to people's properties. So this would allow the lot as designed to actually be utilized.
Councilmember Vega.
I asked a question earlier, and it seems like Councilman Mosby was the one that had re-clarified the distance. Maybe if it could be allowed, the 300-foot versus the 400 feet, was that just something we just grabbed at, or was there a thought process behind the distance for reciprocal parking? If you wouldn't mind, I'd just like to, or if the mayor wants to.
Yes.
That is an issue that you raised, Councilmember Vega, and maybe we should have taken that as another whole topic of discussion and had public comment and then voted if you wanted to make the change back to whatever the prior number was, 300 or 400. 400. So maybe, Councilmember Mosby, we could finish this item that he's talking about right now, allowing parking lots in all zones that allow commercial uses, and then go back to your item, because we kind of
it just bypassed. We got carried away with ocean containers.
skipped over it,
sorry.
yeah.
So I hear agreement from Councilmember Vega. So I don't see our town turning into tons of parking lots and parking structures. We are only 6.9 square miles. We do have plenty of public parking at the moment. I really don't see an issue with this. If we begin to, again, this idea is it is a document that can be changed readily. If we see it turning into a town full of parking garages, we can come back and say that we made a mistake and need to change this. So I don't think this is a major issue, and I could support it. I think maybe we get through this page, since there's not many things on it, and then open to public comment based on this page as a way to get through not having public comment on every tiny little thing, given some of these seem to be just minor changes. So I could say that that's a relatively reasonable request to honor current ownership to allow to do what they are. Any more discussion on that before we go back to the 300 versus 400 foot? Okay. City Clerk.
Could I just ask council and staff to refrain from using just alphabet, and for my clarity as well as the audience, that we know what PCD means and CB means as well?
I could clarify each time that comes up.
That is excellent reminder. Thank you. It is alphabet soup for all of us when we're dealing with zoning. All right. So if there's no other discussion on that item, let's go back to the clarification for Councilmember Vega, where the original motion recommendation from the planning and staff was for 400 feet regarding reciprocal parking, and Councilmember Mosby made the motion to keep it at 300 feet and moved forward at that. So Councilmember Mosby.
And the reason for this, Councilmember Vega, is originally we've been 300 foot for years. And if you think you start expanding this further and further, think of the one of the projects that was coming down the line, and they were on one side of the highway, also known as Ocean Avenue, and then they were a distance further behind, but it was going to be a medical facility. And that extra 100 foot, in some cases, an extra 100 foot's a long way. And I think 300 foot, you're pushing it as it is. That's half of a city block. So you can be half a city block away and meet your parking requirements with somebody else's parking lot. And I think going further, I think 300 foot's far enough. And I think it also triggers something with ADA compliance, because path of travel. To making sure your sidewalk is compliant with ADAs. So every time you go further, and it's just expanding to, I think keep it at 300. We've been operating at 300, going to 400, I think is just too far. That was the rationale before, and that's what we had agreed to, keep it at 3 and not go to 4.
Thanks for the clarity. I just needed a refresher so we could hear what your mindset was when you mentioned that, okay? And if you think it's too far because of ADA compliance, or I think I remember now the example. If somebody has to run across the road real quick and somebody's in a wheelchair or under a handicap guise, it may be excessive, the distance, so thank you.
And the next item before we take public comment is a recommendation by Councilmember Mosby. I'll let you explain it.
So allowing a large car dealership, which we have one in.
Council.
Yes.
First of all, we skipped the safe parking one. Oh, no, we already talked about
Yes.
that, right? Okay. For this last one here, since it involves only the OTC, that's something that Councilmember Starbuck has to recuse himself from. So I don't know if...
So we should take public comment on the other two, wrap that up, and then allow Councilmember Starbuck to step away.
Yes, and I think when Councilmember Starbuck steps away, we could probably do all the OTC items at that time, so he doesn't have to come back and forth.
That is an excellent recommendation. Thank you for making that.
We like to exercise.
All right, so we'll go ahead and open the floor for public comment on both the items that we've talked about, which is allowing parking lots and parking structures to be permitted in all commercial areas and parking structures requiring a conditional use permit, except in the, explain what PCD is, please, because I cannot remember.
I'm sorry, planned commercial development.
Thank you. Planned commercial development and commercial business zone. And then the other one that we discussed was the remaining 300 feet rather than going to 400 feet and just reaffirming that. So if there is any public discussion on this item, please come forward and make your comments.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Cindy Eisen. I'm a real estate agent at Caldwell Banker Select Realty. I've got a listing. It's a building. The address is 115.5 North F Street, and it sits in the middle of the block. It doesn't front on either E or F or G. And so this parking is an issue for this building. The building is a warehouse-type structure. It's metal on the outside, and it's got two huge roll-up doors, like what a Winnebago could pull through. And so it is very, very obvious that this building was a garage, and it is my belief that it was part of, I think it was part of one single property at one time. There's a little house that Eddie's Roofing operates out of. And at some point, the lot was divided. And so the little house has a little yard, and then this big old garage has its own assessor parcel number. So the situation is that we have this garage, and it has no parking. Its zoning is mixed use. So the permitted uses are bookstores, bakeries, antique or collectible shops, and things like that where parking is necessary. However, it's like trying to put lipstick on a pig. It is a garage, it is a warehouse type situation, but those are not permitted uses for this structure. So the structure has just fallen between the cracks. It is one thing. People, they like the building, but the use that they want to put in there, whether it be their business or their personal use, it does not fit the permitted uses, and even some of the conditional uses for it. Smitty's Towing is there. Toyota of Lompoc is a neighbor, but yet you cannot park your vehicle inside this building. Okay? So the parking is an issue for this one. 300 feet would probably be okay. I'm just wanting to encourage you. I don't know how to make it stop. I've been working with Brian a lot, calling him often, having prospective buyers go to the city of Lompoc, and we truly are just chasing our tail around and around in circles on this particular property. So I just want to make it stop. The seller wants to sell.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. So I think it would be really important for Brian to verify whether a 300-foot reciprocal parking would work for that particular location and vet that and bring it back and let us know. I know you don't have a computer or a map in front of you to verify that.
Well, we do, and I have a lot of information on this property
Okay.
if you wanted me to share real quickly. So this property is very challenging. Cindy has done a really good job of working with the owner. The owner's called me. There's been tenants that have been interested in the building. There's no parking, like she said. It pretty much is built out on a small little lot. We mentioned, and a lot of the uses they want to do aren't included in the MU zone. So in the existing code and the proposed code. So as we have already discussed as part of the zoning code update, you can do a lot of things with the CUP. So we did suggest that to the owner and to the realtors. There's been a couple of them that have called me and Greg in order to address some of the issues with the property. So there is a way to use the building, but obviously there's a cost that's involved in that. But it is a very, everybody agrees, it's a very challenging property. And the uses that they did in the past, they don't want to do anymore. And they stopped that use, and so it's become non-conforming. And there's a lot of people like ServPro and other companies that are interested that wouldn't be able to meet the current development standards.
Thanks for filling us in for that. Any additional comments regarding the original two items we were discussing? Okay, seeing no one rise for public comment, I will bring it back to council to have discussion on the two items or make a motion to accept both recommendations. Councilmember Mosby.
Just make a motion to accept the two.
Okay,
I'll second.
and we have a second. Any additional questions or concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. So the next item, which is regarding Old Town, will need a recusal. So I'm hoping Councilmember Mosby knows where additional Old Town is in his conversation and can go there. Quickly. Thank you. To the issue of the 115 and a half North F Street, how close is it to where the boundary for Old Town ends?
Well, Toyota is in Old Town. It's behind Toyota. So I believe, and maybe Greg, you can double check, but I don't believe it's in the Old Town.
So the Toyota dealership's in Old Town?
Correct.
But this building is on the alley behind.
Correct, to the north.
To the north.
Yeah, the north side of the alley.
So would a potential solution be to extend the zone by a block, and then would it give more flexibility, or would it actually make more restrictions?
Well, the problems with the property are not just the parking. So no parking requirement in Old Town, so that's true unless it's residential. But a lot of it has to do with uses too.
Okay.
So I think Cindy, she's touched on that with me on multiple occasions, but they're really having a hard time finding uses. But
So changing the zone wouldn't actually make it easier to use because there's more restrictions in Old Town than there is in mixed use?
Well, it would solve the parking problem, but probably not the use.
Okay.
So, and
It
also
only addresses one of the issues.
addressing or shifting the Old Town piece by piece, property by property, I would want Jeff to weigh in on that.
Oh, sure, but it was, I was trying to think about solving the parking issue and knowing that Old Town has the huge flexibility with the parking and that it does butt up to it, initially made me think of that, but then I think about Old Town, and Old Town has additional restrictions. It might actually begin to limit instead of add to the availability for what that could be done there. So, it's which side of the coin. Okay, thanks. Councilmember Mosby. Your list.
Okay, historically in the past, we've had two large car dealerships in the Old Town. One faded away. We knew it as the Beatty Garage and stayed vacant for 25 to 30 years. somebody else tried to open up, but we weren't allowing large car dealerships in Old Town, and the building stayed vacant and it was a rough side piece of property for many, many years. Currently, right now, we have one car dealership in the Old Town, and they're sitting there as a legal non-conforming use. It's a very productive business there. I think they have 38 employees. It's viable. I think they should be allowed to be there. I think they should be allowed to expand if they are there. They are successful. And I believe that we should allow it to be a permitted use. In other words, my motion, should we proceed, would be amend the zoning ordinance to allow automobile sales, rental, and repair for dealerships of any size to be permitted use in the Old Town commercial area. I don't think we want to offend or chase out somebody who is viable, and I think it's important to help out the Old Town commercial area. If you go around there, you'll see that it teeter-totters on somewhere close to 40 to 50% vacancy right now. And I think it would be important to embrace this business that is here currently.
So my concern is not whether or not automobile sales, rental, or repair is allowed. I could agree with the business exists, it should be an allowed and should be encouraged to be there. The of any size is of concern to me because Old Town is itself, has a quaint feel. The buildings are smaller, the lot sizes are smaller, it's more intimate. So I want to be able to say, yes, allow a dealership to exist, allow it to expand, maybe have a few blocks as a combined dealership, but my fear is if you say of any size, suddenly all the buildings are torn down and at all four corners there is a massive car lot at the four corners. And I know that's the worst case scenario, but I'm just thinking that the term of any size, given its Old Town, is not being respectful of the businesses that currently exist there. And I have been there and embraced the sort of quaintness and small scale that it is compared to the other end of town that is very large and very much larger buildings, much larger lots. And so we might destroy the uniqueness of Old Town if we go with any size. So that would be a personal concern of mine. Councilmember Cordova.
I'm looking at both sides of the coin here. The reality that somebody's going to come in and they'd have to purchase multiple buildings in Old Town to be able to make a dealership of any size. So there's very few people that will make that kind of investment. So, and at the end of the day, here's my thing. I know that we have a lot of vacancies there, and I know that we're trying to protect the integrity of Old Town. But I'm just wondering if there's a lot of vacancies there, how many businesses in Old Town are like not going to get into Old Town when we've had all those vacancies there? I value Old Town and I do want to protect it and I do want to see that. However, I think that we're protecting something that's very unlikely because somebody would have to purchase multiple buildings in Old Town and make that massive investment and then tear them down, and then have to build a dealership of a massive structure size to make that happen, which a lot of times, especially with construction costs today, it just doesn't pencil out for most people. So I don't know. I mean, are we putting always like restrictions that are really like unneeded or just over the top when the reality is that most people wouldn't have the business sense to come into somewhere, have to purchase multiple lots, have to incur the cost of tearing them all down, and then have to incur the cost of building.
Councilmember Vega.
I have to concur. I think that activity can come in all forms. I think business activity is proof of life. I think it's been there a long time. I think many of the times what we do is we make decisions based on something that we just comes up and maybe hypothetically won't work. Respectfully so, I think that one of the things that we need to focus on is building our economic structure for our businesses to move forward so that people can make money and pay the sales tax and revenue so that we can add to our general fund and make things happen here. One of the things about Lompoc here is sometimes we haven't focused on economics here. The business community needs help. They've been crying for help. The wine industry needs help. They want to pay their sales tax. They want to be part of the community. So I have to concur with that, and I would actually support a movement in that direction by Councilman Mosby.
Mayor, may I
Yes.
I know you guys were talking, but just a comment real quick, since we're not putting in a limited, saying a car dealership may not be more than whatever size, having it in or out it really doesn't change anything, because we're just saying allow any dealership. We didn't put a maximum amount or minimum amount, so I think it's a little bit on the semantics on whether it's in there or not in there. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Councilmember Cordova.
And just for clarification, I'm okay. If we're looking at any size, ultimately it's any size based on the size of the lot, right? It can't exceed the lot size. So if somebody purchases a lot or a building, they can only go to that size unless, again, they're purchasing multiple buildings down the track and then tearing them all down and incurring all that cost and then incurring the cost of actually building something. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Any other discussion on this before we open the floor to public comment?
Could I make one comment before you open it up?
Sure.
This is an item that I think definitely I'm interested to see how the public will respond to it. I think everybody agrees that the Old Town area has had restrictions that are too heavy and may have even restricted in a way where you've seen empty storefronts. So staff has worked very hard to make more flexible regulations in the Old Town. But at the same time, throughout the life of the Old Town, the intent has been to walk around, see storefronts, shop, dine, etc. I'm glad the Beatty Motors was mentioned because even though it took a while, we have a brewery there. Again, the vision of the Old Town is to have shopping, dining, and things like that. So one thing that is a concern is you may not have, like you mentioned, Mayor, that same walk-around feel, pedestrian feel. It's supposed to be pedestrian-oriented. People can shop for a car as well. So there is a concern that the Old Town feel will be taken away if there's lots that have auto sales. Nothing against auto sales. I've worked at Toyota, and they have told me that they are not interested in that site, but they're actually interested in larger lots, like they were looking at Mervyn's. It's a very small area. So the likelihood is true, like Councilman Cordova said. But I just wanted to make sure that the public that is the vision that is for Old Town. Is it to have auto sales, or is it to have more of a walk around, shop, dine, things like that? So I just think we need to be very careful, because once a dealership is in the Old Town, they will be there for a very, very long time, and you may lose opportunities like a Solvang brewery or maybe a boutique winery or whatever. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, Steph's going to try to argue and debate this. Those of us who have been around, and if you haven't been the person who owned that lot that was vacant for 25 years, I think you'd wanted something to go there and not sit there and wait that fortunately Solvang Brewery showed up, but for 25, 30 years, you struggled with a piece of property you weren't allowed to use. And I think that's ridiculous to that. In the quaintness of Old Town, the city tore most of Old Town down and made a parking lot, by the way. That's around the Chamber building there, that parking lot. So a lot of the quaintness was taken. Remember Maestro's out there? Remember the restaurant that was there, the two-story quaintness and stuff? A lot of that component is gone. Mr. Halverson, when I brought this up to him, he asked me a question. He says, well, ask your father what he would do. My father said, well, what did they do in Santa Maria with their Old Town? There's a mall there for the largest part of their Old Town. And across the street is another. They upgraded a large component of it and made a very viable component. I'm just asking to keep this as a viable center here. I don't know what Toyota wants to do, but I'd like to let them be there if they want to be there. That's what I'm getting at.
Councilmember Cordova.
I think if Toyota could find another lot in Lompoc, they would move tomorrow. But the likelihood is not there because we have some other challenges and we have a lack of availability of parcels in Lompoc. So again, I don't, to me, I don't want to take away anything from Old Town. I would love to keep Old Town what it is if it was thriving. But putting a restriction on it of something that is unlikely, it doesn't make sense to me either. But I can almost assure you that there's very few people out there that will come in and tear down a bunch of buildings to build something bigger. And dealerships are not looking to be in compact. They want big, large, if they could, off the freeway type thing. I mean, you see in Santa Maria, dealerships are constantly upgrading and going to bigger lots. So I think our fear factor for Old Town is really not realistic. I don't think that's going to happen. But again, I don't want to, offend anyone in Old Town and say that it's not. I really don't even think this is necessary either. But
All right. Having had the discussion, we'll go ahead and open the floor for public comment.
Brandon Bridge, resident. As somebody who actually has a house in Old Town and a business, I would openly welcome actually seeing some of our staff show up too, along with a car dealership. This quaintness, this thing that we're protecting something, I would love to have a family trying to buy a car walking past my storefront. So I have begged and pleaded to buy the building we're in. They're not selling. So that commonly happens, as Ms. Cordova has said. It takes a large investment, a large project, and this is the type of stuff that boils our blood, is somebody who never comes and patrons our shops saying what they envision the area to be. So I find it very disingenuous, and I wish we could push through this stuff so we could get to the important things like the special event overlay, which has been pulled away for over 4 years of work.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll bring it back to council and entertain a motion. Councilmember Mosby.
To make the motion to amend the zoning ordinance to allow automobile sales, rental, and repair for dealerships of any size to be permitted in the Old Town Commercial.
I'll give you a second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or discussion? I'm just going to say that I fully support it and want it permitted. It's the any size that bothers me, which is the only reason I'm going to vote against it. So let's take a vote. And that passes 3-0. All right, what is the next item that deals with Old Town?
I think that's on a few pages in. There's a page that starts with Division 17.2.12, Commercial Zones. I think all the rest of the ones that Councilmember Starbuck has to recuse on is on that page.
And I'll pull my discussion about the adult business in Old TC. I don't think we need to go there. That was an item that had been boiling for a number of years way back when. Let that one come up later if somebody wants to.
So then,
I would say there's no other.
Parking lot as a permitted use in Old Town. We already did that. Okay, so then the only one left that Councilmember Starbuck has to recuse on is at the very bottom of that page. It says commercial laundry facilities. You want to explain that, Councilmember Mosby?
If I could, as it turns out, Mr. Halverson showed me in the back of the book that's actually identified in there, so it's not a legal non-conforming use, it's actually a permitted use. Is that correct, Mr. Halverson?
That's correct.
So that's already under general services, it's already allowed. Just have to go back in the back of the back to find that, so that one's a no-go.
So then with that, we can bring Councilmember Starbuck back in.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify? So we are going to not talk about Table 17.2030A, and we are not going to talk about 17.212, correct? I can take those,
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck may return. Councilmember Mosby.
In relating to banners, I found this out when the Police Officers Foundation was having the car show, that they needed a $105 permit to put a banner up. And I thought that was a little excessive. We're trying to make things a little easier. So I was trying to wrap around and find a way to do this so that a lot of people put the banners up, nonprofits and others. They do it to try to promote and advertise events in the community. And if they're having to come down to City Hall and put this for a banner that's going to be up only a short amount of time, I think we're just stretching things. Our sign code was supposed to make it easier on people. And I think if it's a banner that has a date on it, it's only up for 30 days, we allowed them to put it up as long as they abide by the other rules in the book on installation of the banners. But let the groups advertise their events without having to come down here with a layer of bureaucracy and pay the $105 for the permit, fill out a permit application form, and it becomes overwhelming. And what do people end up doing when it becomes overwhelming? They just do it anyways. So I wanted to put something on here that allowed them, as long as they had a date on it, and it was up for 30 days, and I think I had to change a little bit of language or something about, that that after the 30 days that they would be allowed to be moved and laid on the ground. I think the city attorneys had a little bit better language on that.
Yeah, I'll just need to add some language that says before city staff takes it down, there's some noticing that we may have to do as a First Amendment requirement, but I can add that.
Right, so modification of that. But this would allow the people, if they're having their event, they can put it up, don't have to go down, and put it up for 30 days. It's a temporary banner, not any other components, but must install as per the code that's in our sign code. I know city staff wanted him to come over and get a permit here anyways, but it'd be a free permit. But it's still a layer of complication that a lot of people aren't going to do. I know recently the Mexican Independence Day was out there, and the gentleman, $105, what did he put, 3 or 4 of them up? And he's just trying to advertise an event to help the public and get the people somewhere, and becomes so overburdensome. I'm not talking about, again, it'd be a banner that'd be only allowed to do it for 30 days. It must be ID'd on the banner with a date code on it, and allowing the city to remove it.
Councilmember Vega.
I think my concern is if you could clarify the date. It doesn't have to be an advertised banner printed with a date on it. Somebody can handwrite it on the back and say, hey, we put it up on this day. Is that what you're meaning, or you're looking at just events? Because I'm thinking if somebody just handwrites something in the back that says, hey, we put it up, I think that would be sufficient, okay, instead of having an exact date, okay? It could be an event in the future, but what if they don't print it with a date,
Need to have the date on the banner, date of installation.
So if we could just clarify that it doesn't have to be printed on the front.
Councilmember Cordova.
So your motion is to allow everyone and anyone to put up a banner for 30 days, and it's their word on the back of that banner that says that they installed it on this date.
Yes.
Okay, I would disagree with that. There is no regulation to that. Having listened to communication and talks before when it comes to the sign ordinance and all of that went on a couple years ago, and saying that, people got out of control for a while, putting out flags and putting out banners and putting out stuff, and they got deteriorated and they were ugly and they just were all over the place. I don't know. I disagree with this.
May I add one small thing to the discussion? Is 30 days is a little vague. I understand what Councilmember Mosby is trying to do, but people could do back to back to back to back to back. And so a lot of times they'll say maybe per calendar quarter or something like that as opposed to 30 days. We have no ability to, if they just keep doing banners 30 days, 30 days, 30 days. So it's something to consider.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, how does the city manage their banners that they post on H Street?
Good question. I would
That's
have to
what I
talk.
meant.
I would have to talk to that department or the person that put that banner up, but I don't think they put them 30, 30, 30 just all in a row.
Oh, they haven't paid a $105 fee either, so, you know.
Are those the banners on the school site? Because it doesn't apply for some reason.
Oh, so it's a free place to put banners.
Apparently,
Under our zoning ordinance, that should
school
be what we
district
have.
doesn't apply. Something to do with state regulations with school districts. I'm not real clear
See,
on
that's
it.
how we solve it. Done.
Let them use the school district. Yeah, great idea.
So I do have concerns, and Councilmember Cordova makes a good point, and I would say that if it was actually advertising a date on the front of the banner, it would be something easier to regularly notice rather than, A, we don't have code enforcement, so there's no one out going and getting out of a vehicle and walking and looking behind and reading to see if it's got it. So if there was an advertised date on the front, that would help with the identifying of it's 30 days past the event or 30 days ahead of the event. And then I do have concerns if this moves forward about the staff being able to take it down, but then just placing it on the ground because we are a very windy community and signs blowing around that have been left on the ground could cause car accidents. We have an airport if it blows onto the runway. So there is some concern about if we're allowed staff to take it down, we probably ought to bring it back to a location that they can come in and claim it. Like, we're not destroying it, but when we take it down, we're bringing it somewhere that they can retrieve it from rather than just laying it on the ground to blow around. So those would be, my recommendation is not to just leave it as a banner that is dated on the back, but actually has an actual event date promoting what it's promoting on the front that could then easily see that it's within those 30 days, and then to not just place it on the ground, but have a location staff brings it back to and can be claimed at. Councilmember Vega.
Yeah, I think there may be some events that may not be date specific, but I do understand the concern. I mean, you could put it 30 days within a 45-day period, or something like that. Say that, again, I understand the concern that the banners are going to be left up permanently, but I think the people that are putting these up are expecting to make some money or support a nonprofit, and I'll bet you if it was a nonprofit or some sort of religious group, no one would complain. So I said, on behalf of the business community, I'm going to say, we don't want them up permanently, but maybe there's an adjustment there to the time frame, especially if they're a legitimate business or a legitimate organization.
Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, so another banner the city put up was at the library. So they had a banner up there for the meal program and stuff. So there are other places the city has banners, just not only on school fences, but trying to push the easy button on this. I mean, I agree that would decrease the complexity of it if it was a dated banner for a dated event. So, car show August 21st, so it's a 30-day. I got you. So that keeps people from fudging on the back and rubbing it off and putting another date. And I'd be willing to modify to allow that. I'd also be willing to allow it to be picked up at City Hall if that would work as well. So modifying with that too, I don't have any problem with. I just want to try to push the easy button for people.
Oh, I was going to say, in other places I've been, it's usually not City Hall, it's usually at the facilities, or in our case, the Fleet Yard is where they would store those.
Where's that?
Usually in other places, they'll store them at, like, ours would be the Fleet Yard, where we have the different people.
How about Anderson Rec Center? Fleet can be a little bit cumbersome to get to.
It's usually where the employees are working in and out of.
Okay, all right.
I think he's also thinking of storage, because if you end up with a couple of hundred banners, the rec center already has trouble storing stuff that's just chairs and tables for events. So I think in this instance, the fleet yard is a good recommendation until maybe the transit center is built out and it becomes a more centralized, easily accessible. I appreciate you yielding that. I'm willing to consider this as a solution, because I agree that a lot of our nonprofits, that additional charge inhibits the profit they're intending to make. So thank you for willing to consider date on the front, allowing that, and then another location. Any other questions or discussion before we open this to the public? Okay, we'll open it for public comment.
Could I add just one more
Sure.
thing?
Yeah.
Just so I can get clarification on the direction. The current sign code, which the council adopted, talks about how banner signs are restricted to 1 per business, and then 30 square feet or 10% of business frontage on which banner is placed. So no lighting, sign permits required, so that's why Councilmember Mosby brought that up. He doesn't want a permit required, so I understand that. But these standards, at the end, it'd be nice to get some direction on if you want any of these standards, or you just delete all the standards. So just another question that we can address.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I think there's a separation. You just said it, business. And those were part of the wavy flag banners too. This is directing nothing more than just a nonprofit, and it does have businesses, so a separation between business and nonprofit would be all it would take to make this right.
Chris, you just clarified that it says, it's actually talking about 1 per business frontage. But again, I don't know, can we differentiate between nonprofits and profits?
No, we cannot enact different sign regulations based on whether a business is for-profit or nonprofit.
That was the court case at the Supreme Court level that said we couldn't differentiate who gets to do what kind of sign. So, Councilmember Mosby.
I would say, just for safety's sake and everything, all the other banner standards apply. But that's the temporary component.
No permit required, but these standards would apply? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff or clarification from staff? Okay. We'll open the floor for public comment. Seeing no one rise, we'll bring it back. And I believe the motion was to allow the banners with no fee or permit with a permanent date on it, so it allowed that 30-day monitoring, and for the city to be able to notice the promoter and then be able to take it down and store it at the fleet yard for retrieval. Any other clarity for that? Okay. And I did second that. So any other questions or discussions?
But sign requirements are going to be attached to this, correct? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. Seeing no additional questions or discussions, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. I was a second. You're welcome. Councilmember Vega.
Yeah, during our discussion, Councilman Mosby got this approved to go through this by the city and the attorney. Is there any easy buttons on any of this so we can kind of fast forward this a little bit? Because it looks like it was fully vetted, so we should be able to zip right through this, my friend, if we could do it.
I wouldn't say that it was fully vetted. I would say that Councilmember Mosby checked in with planning and checked in with the city attorney, but I would feel remiss on the public if we rushed through nearly 20 pages of suggested changes without at least having the discussions that are needed. So I get it. I know we're frustrated that this ordinance hasn't been completed yet, but if there's something we can group together, that would be great. I don't know that it's been presented that way because, again, this is the first time I'm seeing it. So I think it's wrong of us to rush through something that we just were handed if we want to make sure we're doing the job the public has asked us to do. If this is something you would like to send, say, back to the Planning Commission and let them vet it and come back with accept this, don't accept this, that's one way to deal with it. But if it's presented to us and it's handed to us at the meeting and the public hasn't had a chance to see this, I mean, it really requires us to go section by section. And the first page was easy because it was all parking, so having a parking discussion and then opening to the comment made sense. These are slightly disconnected. I don't yet see a pattern that says we're addressing, you know, a group of stuff. We did try that with Old Town, and it turns out most of the Old Town stuff was either addressed or didn't need to be addressed. So I absolutely respect your frustration and a willingness to get this done sooner rather than later, because there are so many businesses that are waiting for the new zoning update. So the other option, so we could send this back to Planning Commission, let them review it and come back with it, and delay the zoning ordinance. We could approve the zoning ordinance as is tonight, send this document back to the Planning Committee and let them look at it and then make changes to the zoning ordinance based upon their suggestions. So the zoning ordinance would be active and in use. And because we can make changes at any time, we can always come back with all of these and add them to it. There's several ways to address this, but if we're going to address it tonight, we need to go through every item and have the public discussion, simply because this was not notified to the public and they didn't get a chance to see it.
And I appreciate your comments, Mayor. It's unusual that we get a document here that hasn't been vetted. I don't want to send it back to the Planning Commission. I think that this is meant to assist us in making a better decision. I'm just wanting to, people are going to lose, and they're not going to be able to pay attention to this if we go too slow, okay? And we need to vet it and get the questions done. And then we need to do the public comment maybe 2 at a time instead of individually, unless the city attorney says we can't do it. But we're losing our focus here by taking too long.
Could I make one more suggestion?
Sure.
We are going to be coming back after we talk to the industrial community and have that working group. I just wanted to put on the table, maybe just as a suggestion, that we could also come back with these items. We've only got to the second page. We've been here 2 hours. It's probably going to take another 2 hours or longer to go through all 13 pages. So I just want to put that on the table too. And I know that Councilmember Vega makes a good point. It's going to take some time, which we can stay here as late as you want, but that is also an option, since you know we are coming back with a special event overlay. So just another option.
Thank you for that feedback, Mr. Halverson. Councilmember Cordova.
When we come back for the special event overlay, that's going to take forever, I get the feeling. So pushing this is just not the answer. Let's just keep hashing away at it. This is just Councilmember Mosby's. I have about 6 items that I had questions on that I wanted to touch on, and I don't know if we'll get to those tonight. We may not have something finalized tonight. We may just get through Councilmember Mosby's, and that's okay. Part of the reason why we keep having these problems with zoning ordinances is because we're not going through the items methodically and really looking at, does this work? Is this business friendly? Is it not? I don't even know if Councilmember Starbuck has anything or Mayor Osborne has anything, but that's just my 2 cents on it.
Thank you. So unless there's a motion on the floor regarding how to move forward on this, we will keep plugging along until somebody calls uncle and asks for us to stop for the evening and bring it back at another time. So the next item is Division 17.1 Zoning Code Purpose Authority, and Councilmember Mosby, you have the floor.
You'll see as we progress on some of these items where the church component, and some of them we're not going to be doing. So it's not a full 13 pages, and I think we can get through it. The hardest one, which was the storage container stuff, we took care of. Not all 2 hours have been spent on this document. That's why I typed it up to try to make it faster, quicker, and easier. So I already did a large part of the laid work already. So if we can go right here, what I'm looking at is there is some of the issues of protectionism that are involved in our zone code, and I felt we were getting a little too protective on that. That's why I made the difference of that. Section 5 reads, provide the appropriate land conservation to protect natural resources and avoid harmful environmental impacts. I thought that was too vague. That's something that in a lot of people's eyes, anything and everything man does is a harmful environmental impact. So I felt that should say promote efficient use of land development as allowed by law, and take the emotional component out of it.
Councilmember Cordova.
I second that.
Given these are both under the same code, why don't you present the second part of that and we can have a
Okay,
full
the
discussion?
second one reads, lessen congestion on the streets. We did do this, I believe this already. We wanted to amend it to say promote efficient traffic flow. I think promoting efficient traffic flow is what we're trying to do. Lessen congestion on streets. That again has a level of ambiguity and basically could mean no more cars. So I thought we'd want to promote efficient traffic flow. But I think we did that already. Is that right, Mr. Alverson? Is that already done?
Well, I have the clean copy in front of me.
Okay, well, we'll just make sure we get it done. How about that? Because I think it was brought forward, but it didn't get verified. So I'm trying to put it in to verify it.
From legal's perspective, is there anything we're failing to do by changing the wording?
No.
Thank you.
I'll second that then.
All right.
Public comment?
Is there any reason to suggest that the next session is related to this?
Yes, adding some other language in here. I did have a correction where I had it in the bold sense, where it said it can't say except that lesser or different. It needs to say other requirements may be imposed by the review authority through the authorization of the CUP. In other words, it says the provision of this code shall be minimum requirements for the promotion of public health, safety, and general welfare. When this code provides for discretion as part of the city official or body, that discretion may be exercised to impose more stringent requirements than set forth in this code as may be determined by the applicable review authority as provided in section 17.5.04.020, authority for land use decisions, to be necessary to promote orderly land use and development, environmental resource protection, and other purposes of this code. So adding that as well as the bottom section in here, that we put economic growth, job growth, and housing growth.
So I have a comment from the city attorney on that. The first bolded section that says, except that lesser or different requirements may be imposed through a CUP, basically.
Excuse me, I qualify that we change that to other.
Oh, you want to change that, except
Yes, to
that
other.
other requirements may be imposed by the review authority through the authorization of a conditional use permit. Okay. I think that's okay, but the council should understand that other does not mean lesser, because lesser requirements would require a variance, not a CUP. So other requirements can be imposed with a CUP, but not lesser requirements. And I think it's fine to say other.
So are you just eliminating the words to get through the discussion faster, or are you also recommending the review authority be removed and just say through a conditional use permit?
No, the review authority language can stay in there.
Okay.
I was just
All right.
shorthanding it.
Okay, just trying to make sure for clarity. Any council questions regarding this suggestion, concerns? All right, so the next page is also part of Division 17.1, and I'm thinking go ahead and have that discussion as well, so that we're dealing with a section at a time and potentially public communication on that and then a vote on that. So the next one, Councilmember Mosby?
So adding the sentence, the decision promotes economic or housing growth with economically viable requirements. This is about the responsibility of the administration in exercising of their discretion. So it's just adding another sentence in there to let people know that we're working something for promoting economic and housing growth and having economically viable requirements. Just putting another qualifier in there so that people can understand. Did you want to read through it all? No, we good?
For the public, the section says exercise of discretion. In the event that a provision of the code allows the reviewing authority, responsible body of individuals, to exercise discretion in the application of a specific standard or requirement, but does not identify specific criteria for a decision, the following criteria shall be used in exercising the discretion. 1, the proposed project complies with all applicable provisions of the code. 2, the exercise of discretion will act to ensure the compatibility of the proposed project with its site, surrounding properties, and the community. 3, the exercise of discretion promotes the public health, safety, and welfare. And 4, the decision is consistent with the general plan. The proposed addition is the decision promotes economic or housing growth with economically viable requirements. So there's no changes, it's just an addition to that. Any questions or concerns from council? Any from staff or legal? Seeing none, let's move on to what appears to be the final of 17.1 recommendations. Councilmember Mosby.
So adding some verbiage on here about authority, and it says rules of interpretation. So written interpretations is necessary so the decision is clearly understood by the applicant for the planning commission if appeal is filed. The motion is to add the word written to the text. The director has the authority to interpret any provision of this code whenever the director determines that the meaning of applicability of any code requirement is subject to interpretation. The director may issue an official, and putting the word written interpretation. The director may also refer to any issue interpreting the planning commission for its determination. Any interpretation may be appealed as provided in chapter 17.6.12 appeals.
Do we need clarity on who director is?
The director is the community development director.
Okay. Given we have multiple departments with multiple directors. Okay. Any other questions for staff, from staff, by council? Okay. Seeing none, we'll open the floor for public comment, and it will cover 1, 2, 3, 4 recommendations that we have just discussed. So if you have any concerns about any of that verbiage and would like to make a public comment, please come forward. Seeing no one rise, we will close that discussion and bring it back. I will make the motion that we accept all 4 recommendations that we have just discussed. Does the city clerk have any clarifications she needs? Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
I think it's 5
Is it?
recommendations.
1,
Yeah.
It's 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them had 2 parts. Section 17.10402B had section 5 and 6. That's why I was...
The old two-parter.
Yeah, the old 2-part. So accept the previous discussed items. How's that? Councilmember Cordova.
I will second that with the change on other, on the verbiage that we discussed.
Absolutely. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. And that passes 5-0.
I'm pulling my statement on 17.2, so that's another page done.
So this one we're pulling, okay?
Yes.
The next page, you pulled some of this already.
So 17.2.12, commercial zones.
Okay.
And again, this up for a discussion component, and this was something that happened a number of years ago. It was a limiter on square footage size, and there was a public safety component of that was discussed, but limiting the maximum size of any retail location shall not exceed 100,000 square feet, including the accessory structures. So there was a limiter in the past. I couldn't find the policy component that was there, but this was probably 15 years ago. There was a big, heavy argument that had that. And I don't know, again, for discussion amongst, I could take it or leave it, but there was a component that was in there that we don't have. And it wasn't in the other zone book, and I don't know where it fell through all the cracks and components.
And I'm not sure if there's staff here that would be able to recall what the history behind that is, but my first guess is maybe the discussion happened when Walmart came to town and wanted to expand and then expand into a superstore. That might be the trigger, but that would be just a guess.
I think that's when it came up. We're checking to see if we have one now. Obviously, I just got these comments this afternoon, haven't had time to check and see if we have any of those restrictions now.
I would think that this might be something to bring back so we understood the history and what other communities have done, and if it's something that, because we've had a very big change in retail, whether or not it's something we should go back to doing, or, I think I know why, but I don't want to make something that suddenly puts a limit on something that maybe historically is passed. So my recommendation would be to table this and wait for staff to bring back recommendation.
I'll pull my discussion of that then.
Okay. I had a question. Councilmember Cordova?
Just for clarification, are we saying that in the past, in the zoning ordinance, there was a limitation for retail of 100,000 and now it does not exist? And you're wanting to bring it back?
It's buried somewhere in a
Yeah.
policy component. I don't have those documents in the direction, but I just remember that discussion was there, that had that component.
Okay.
And it might be one of those floaters that's out there somewhere.
Yeah, we could probably look, we just haven't had time to, like I
But
said,
it's
look at
on
the
the-
Walmart file.
Yeah, it's on the tip of his tongue, so he'll figure it out.
Okay,
So we'll
thank
look for you
you.
to provide an
Skipping-
update.
Skipping the rest of that page.
I'm sorry, so you're not pulling it, you are bringing it back later for staff to clarify, is that correct?
You just want to completely pull it.
I'll pull it and let staff, if they know it's an issue, they'll bring it themselves.
Okay.
We're
That
good with
okay?
that? Okay, thanks
I'm
for
not gonna-
asking for that.
Yeah. I'm not going to stir the pot anymore.
All right.
So we're going to the page, the 17.2.16 industrial zones.
Okay.
This is one of those items that we were making another property business, a successful business, to be legal non-conforming with this. And I'm not sure exactly where the changing happened. Our current zone actually has it as legal non-conforming, but I think that we can true this up and allow, as it states here, ACE-CO was constructed in the BP zone as an allowed use, but under this ordinance will become a pre-existing non-conforming use, which will diminish its value. This is a nice-looking facility, demonstrates that the equipment rental business is no more impactful than other similar uses in BP. So this would be allowing equipment rental yard to be permitted in the BP zone. I'm sorry, the P permitted and business park zone. Sorry about that. You think this is bad, go to an SB CAG meeting, they'll go dizzy on those.
Yeah, you get a handout, so you just refer to it, so.
Jeez.
May I make a quick comment? I did get the chance to talk to Councilman Mosby about this. If you have your code and you look in the industrial table, look at the I and the BP, it's permitted in the I because the I and the BP are clearly different zones. One is for light industrial, and then the other one, light industrial, and the other one is for clean and attractive planned industrial centers. Then it goes on to talk about how it's conducted indoors. So what I'm just trying to avoid, I think these are really good comments, but making changes, and then if you look at the intent and purpose of the zone, that we're creating conflicts. Like I said, we haven't had time to really vet this out. I agree. I think the use that has been brought up tonight is a good use. But these districts clearly have different intent and purposes. So I just want to make sure that we're not creating problems within the code by changing certain land uses or other parts of the code that are now in conflict with whatever the purpose is. So if you could take a look at that page, I think it would be helpful. It's 17.216-1.
And if I can respond, I think the comment was when Mr. Halverson he didn't know where ACE-CO was, so I had him look at it, pull it up on the map, and he goes, well, that's a clean place. And it is a well-run, and I think it fits in our BP zone, and I'd hate to go and make somebody else legal non-conforming, and I think it's something that does fit the BP. We're not looking at BP to be commercial office zone, and it seems like we're actually pushing business park to be commercial office. And business park is a very, very light industrial, and I think that ACECO's or equipment storage yard, rental yards are very, very small industrial component. I think it does and can fit.
Councilmember Cordova.
So this non-conforming use, I realize that when we're rolling out changes in our zoning ordinance, the hope is that it changes future and what changes existing for anybody coming in, and it helps to develop an actual zone and planned use for areas. However, when you have a business that's already been there for an extended amount of time, my concern as a business person and having had to pitch many projects to banks that already have a long list of restrictions that you have to meet to even be able to get a loan in America today. By making a business non-conforming, we are almost killing that business' ability to go out and get a loan if they try to get a loan in corporate America today, in the bank, in the financial world. So that is a major concern for me. So is there any way that we can modify it to say, if you're already existing, you are still conforming? Because when you built that, or when you permitted for that, or you went and applied for that business license, somebody handed them and told them that they could be there. So why they are now told that they can't be there is a major concern for me. So how can we modify that to say, if you're already there, you're conforming because you were permitted at some point in time? Should you step away from that business after a certain amount of time if that business is vacant, which is something that I have, that I wrote down on my list of things to talk about? Then you can change the use of that particular building or that lot or that land. But when it's an active business, I really have a major concern with that, you guys.
Maybe our city attorney can answer that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess to sum it up, I think that those concerns are already taken care of in our code, because when you change the zoning on a property, if the land use that's existing at that time isn't consistent with the new zoning, they don't have to leave right away. They have grandfathering rights, and they get to continue operating their use for as long as they want to. If they stop, just like you said, if they stop operating for a certain period of time, then they cannot start up again.
Right.
But that's built in to the code already, is grandfathering rights. So I don't know if that's what you were.
No, I think what's missing from that is there's no statement within it that doesn't say that they're now that they're still conforming, because what it does is it means they're now in an area that's non-conforming, so it makes an impact on them being able to make business decisions while they stay there. And that's what she's looking for is, we know they're grandfathered in, so it was allowable, but now they're non-conforming because just by changing the zoning, they no longer qualify. And that's the concern we're creating is they're there, we've changed the zoning, granted they're grandfathered and allowed to be there, but they are now, if looked up in the document, seen as non-conforming, and it impacts their business decisions and ability to potentially stay there and improve by taking out, say, business loans.
I don't know how you can change the zoning without making the use a legal non-conforming use.
Other than allowing the business to be a use in that zone.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is one item, though, that I think in the new code might help, and I'd love Jeff to kind of weigh in on it. If you have your code, it's page 17620-2 and 17620-3. It's the non-conforming section, and so there's a section that talks about, and I'd have to look at that site that Mosby brought up, but it says, an existing use that is authorized by a previously approved permit or approval, for example, conditional or minor use permit or administrative use permit, of course, development plan. Oh, this is F, sorry. So this is 17.620.040 nonconforming uses, and it's letter F. And that's page 17620-3. I know it's a lot of numbers, I'm sorry. Existing use that is authorized by a previously approved permit or approval, but is not allowed by this code. So in this case, it's actually the existing code and the proposed code doesn't allow that particular use in that location. may continue to exist in compliance with the original permit approval and shall be deemed nonconforming. So it can continue and it can even expand. We put provisions that are new that allows it to expand under certain provisions that you can see on that page. So we've added a lot of flexibility and even added this wording. So if they have a permit, they're okay.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, absolutely. You're still trying to answer your question.
Yeah.
So.
So I realize that it works for you. I guarantee you it doesn't work in the financial world. The minute you label a building non-conforming, the financial world will say, we have a problem. So again, I think we discussed this in the last meeting, if there was a way that business can, if they're going for a financial loan, that they can get a letter from the city that says, you are conforming, you were built, you were permitted, you are there, you have been there, you've never faulted, and you perform business. There's gotta be a better way to do this.
We did allow for the letter. That was part of the presentation. It is
Right.
part of the updated.
And I've done those letters many times. Yeah, it was on one of the slides.
So what you're saying is you'd like to see a notation about a letter being available for non-conforming properties within the ordinance?
That it should be required that the city gives that letter, because Brian will leave tomorrow perhaps, and somebody else will come in, and then that person will forget, and everybody here will be gone, and then that's what happens over and over again in this city.
City Attorney.
Do you want us to give a person a letter when they come to City Hall and request one? Okay, not when we adopt the zoning code and then all the properties, okay, so only when someone requests one. Okay, I think that was voted on at a prior meeting.
No.
But
It
we
is.
can put it in the code.
But we all agreed that it was, and that we've agreed to that, and when they ask for the letter, they get the letter. Forgive me if I heard incorrectly, you don't see it memorialized in the ordinance, that a letter can be requested if you are now a non-conforming property as a result of the update. I think that's what she's asking about. Can we memorialize it in the ordinance itself, that is an option for now non-conforming as of the updated ordinance?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Just because that's business friendly to me, not waiving fees for everyone so that they can get away with doing whatever they want to do illegally or legally. It's being able to go that extra step and anticipate that somebody's going to need that at some point in time the minute we change that zoning.
Okay. Councilmember, I believe it was Starbuck.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a statement here. I don't care what a letter does. It's exactly what we did on Laurel Avenue. We took all the industrial properties and we downzoned industrial into residential. We made everything legal non-conforming. We affected financing. It was a nightmare. Now we're going to devalue a couple of acres of property when it's a business that he's doing. It's a business park. I don't know what everybody's thinking here. Put it in there. Make it right. Don't devalue his property.
Councilmember Mosby.
Answer your question, Councilmember Cordova said, is there an easy way to do this? Yes, it is. Make it a permittable use in business park. It's there. It's working. I haven't heard a complaint from the neighbors. It's working. Put it in. Just do it. Makes it easy. Do you want to vote on that one individually, public comment on that one, or do you want me to go to the next one?
I would go to the next one because we're under industrial zone, so I would.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I have a comment to make about Councilmember Mosby's motion that Mr. Halverson brought to my attention.
Okay.
In our description of the business park zone in 17 to 1620, it says, the business park zone applies to areas of the city appropriate for clean and attractive planned industrial centers on large integrated parcels where all activities are conducted indoors. I believe if we have an equipment rental yard, that's not going to have all activities conducted indoors. So I would suggest that we amend that language as well as part of Councilmember Mosby's motion to say, either just strike the language where all activities are conducted indoors, or amend it to say where most activities are conducted indoors.
I would accept that most activities are indoors. I mean, when you go look at what's going on in the BP zones, it's Or just strike the most?
Most works because it is only a statement of intent. It's not a
Okay.
specific
Most work
rule.
is a statement of intent. How about that?
Councilmember Vega.
I just don't understand why you'd want to modify it to what you're being told to do instead of it easily struck out, if you're going to leave it the same. Why? Tell me why you would change that. We don't have to.
Because, no, we don't have to, but I do think it
have
works.
to, but we don't have to. Okay?
You're
I'm going to
right.
repeat it again. We don't have to.
I got you, but I think that one works.
We don't have to.
Any other questions or discussions on that? All right, next item.
The other one is allowing, so skip the other church one, because we're done with that one, so. The other, yes, because that one's already taken care of. The city attorney said all the church components are already taken care of. That's a caretaker's unit. Is no more impactful in the industrial zone than it is in the business park zone. In BP, it requires, in business park, it requires a minor use permit, while industrial, it requires a conditional use permit. Change caretaker's unit from a conditional use permit to a minor use permit in the industrial zone. So it's allowing a caretaker, treating them the same in either business park or industrial to allow to have a caretaker's unit with a minor use permit. Not over encumbering them with more paperwork and more, et cetera, et cetera. So a level of fairness.
Well, and you're actually making it easier for a business to get it approved at staff level rather than having it come before a planning commission. So I can understand that. Any concerns from staff, legal? Okay.
Got a thumbs up.
Any other questions from council members? Okay, let's go to the next item.
Okay, the city lacks space for large vehicle and boat sales and rental in retail and the industrial zones as they are largely built out. RV and boat sales are less impactful than manufacturing, processing, light, medium, which is permitted in business park zone. So change large vehicle, boat sales, and rental to a P permitted use in the business park zone. Granted, that would qualify as well with the most component over here, but allow the business park to have, which, big RVs and boat components. I don't think anybody's knocking our door down, but I think it's a business park is a decent place for this to have. We already have a RV storage yard that's in business park. Way down there behind In Shape City, you go down all the way in the back and right? There is, granted, they're not doing sales, but it is there with the vehicles there. So I don't think it would be more impactful than something that's already happening. And allow an opportunity. It'd be nice to see a business come in that has that. You never know.
With the adjustment of most activity conducted indoors, you're right, it does end up being allowable, and then it brings into that one into conforming, so I don't see an issue with it. Does staff or legal have any concerns?
I think the only item I don't have a concern about, I just wanted to pose that obviously we're looking for more jobs, although this is a sales tax revenue as well, so I just might want to consider large employment centers could potentially go into those areas as opposed to maybe a few people selling large vehicles. So just something from an economic standpoint, since we were just bringing that up, could come into play. You could see a loss in jobs because large industrial center could produce more jobs than, say, a RV or boat.
But if we were going to say that, we wouldn't be allowing all the winery production facilities, which aren't huge employers and take up large amounts of industrial space. So I think, unfortunately, we've already made that decision about being far more flexible in business parks and industrial areas because of our history of allowing the wine industry to take up very large portions of areas that don't have high numbers of employees and don't have, high level of pay at those employees. So I think that argument in the modern world, we need to be far more flexible and be willing to have occupation rather than empty spaces. So I take your concern, because yes, we much prefer to have, but that isn't really the modern world. Any other questions or concerns on this item with staff or council? Okay, and last item in this list of.
Okay, industrial zone development standards, and this is about the floor area ratio. Well, I'm sorry, let me go back to the wine tasting. That's already been done. So that's a done item already, so I don't think we don't have to do that one. That was done previous, right?
That's correct.
From the city attorney, so it's in here. Okay, the table 17.2.16.040A, industrial zones development standards. And this is about the floor area ratio. In the current zoning ordinance, there is no floor area ratio for industrial zone. The new zoning ordinance is proposed to be 0.5 for industrial and 0.7 for business park. So many of the current industrial buildings exceed the 0.5 and would become pre-existing non-conforming uses. Past city staff has the code to require a minor use permit or a conditional use permit for every new tenant whose business was not identical in the type to the prior business occupying the space. The most recent industrial building approved by the Planning Commission could have not been approved as it exceeds the arbitrary 0.5 floor area ratio. So asking to change the floor area ratios for industrial to 0.75. And Mr. Halverson, you were okay with that?
Yeah, this is a real good suggestion, actually, in the audience, if he's still here. He is. There is a mini storage project that wants to be built, and they're having some problems with exactly this standard. I actually think we do have it now in our code. So this is a carryover from our old code to now the proposed code that council's considering. So I think that would help some of those. Most of the time it works really well, but for projects that don't require a lot of parking, like a mini storage, if you approve that revised parking standard, that would allow that project to occupy more land area or other projects. So I think it's a win-win.
Any questions from council? All right, so we will now take public comment on the industrial zone discussion items that we just held. Any public comment on this item?
The chairs are still softer in the lobby. There was a question, and I don't know if it's in what you're talking about now, but pre-existing non-conforming use is death in terms of financing and moving a project forward. So I might suggest something that said about like this: a use legally established under the zoning ordinance at the time it was established shall continue to be a legally conforming use if the zoning ordinance for the parcel is changed until the use is discontinued by the business, or some better wording that I'm sure the attorney can come up with. So what it basically means is, and the South Side overlay says that, by the way, somewhere, I hope you guys are discussing that tonight, that if it was legally established, it continues to be a legal use. It is not a pre-existing non-conforming use. So there's a solution for you.
Seeing no one else rise, we will close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Councilmember Cordova.
I think I said something similar to that. If there was some kind of verbiage that we could add that states that when this business was built or when it was permitted or when it opened its doors, it was legal, that would help. So.
City Attorney.
This is an interesting creature that I've never been exposed to before. It's sort of like changing the zoning on a property, but saying it only changes when something happens in the future. And I don't know if that's possible, so it's something that I'd need to look at if we were going to add that to the code and research to determine if it's legal. And if we're going to be bringing this back anyway, I assume, so I can do it before the next meeting.
And that's not anything that I had on my items here, that's additional item by Councilmember Cordova, which is something else that we had before, so.
Councilmember Cordova.
Yeah, I just remember mentioning it in the last one, and I realize what you're saying, City Attorney, but likewise, I mean, the other side of the coin is that by us making modifications to a zoning ordinance, we're heavily impacting what happened in the past. And those businesses were already there, so it's kind of unfair to those businesses. And again, I'm just bringing a perspective from the financial world that it doesn't work to tell a bank that it's a non-conforming, but you're okay to be there, but you're non-conforming.
Well, I do appreciate your willingness to research that and bring back what might be a suggested language that we might be able to address this, given we are a very, again, compact town. We're 6.9 square miles, and we're going to run into this quite a lot. Even after we approve this, we're going to discover something that we have managed to make non-conforming. So any way that we might be able to preempt that pain on the business community would be helpful. So thank you for that suggestion, and I will look forward for you to bring back a suggestion on that. Councilmember Vega.
I'd like to kind of make my comments and point it to the city attorney and to Councilman Mosley, since he brought this thing here. Legal nonconforming is a killer for financing. My issue with changing a current business that's been in business for many, many years, and the fact that someone might want to get financing on that for the existing business, in the event that business was to go dormant for a while, regardless if they keep their business license in effect, and someone wanted to purchase that property, they wouldn't be able to get financing on it under that current zoning. So say it was vacant just say it was for a year, okay? You would be killing the idea that the value of that business, because no one would be able to come and buy that thing again. They wouldn't purchase it unless they came in with cash. And the other reason that I mentioned when we change things, we don't have to change this, okay? We're over here negotiating with something we don't have to negotiate with. The other caveat there, Councilman Mosley, when you said mostly indoors, again, it gives somebody else some discretion. It's not a big deal, but the idea is anybody that can go in there and is their business mostly indoors? I mean, you're giving someone authority to go in and make a judgment call. Now somebody has to go and justify, and again, I'm just going to re-clarify, it works for you, but by striking it completely, we don't have to deal with it, and it doesn't affect anything. So I'm not an advocate of changing the zoning on that business, because I know so much about how long that business is. It's in a business park entity. It's been there for many, 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 many years. It's family-owned. You would hate to kill their possibilities of obtaining financing. I think that we're not looking far enough down the road here. So when we're negotiating here, we don't have to change it. We can just strike out that line, and we're good, and we move on. We're over here trying to wrestle with something that we don't have to do.
Any other comments, questions, concerns before we before we make a decision? Oh, Councilmember Mosby. Sorry, your light's been on continually, so thanks for waving at me.
It goes off and on, off and on. What we're doing here is making this a legal, permitted use. So we're taking away that would have been legal nonconforming. And it doesn't make any difference if we get rid of the mostly outdoors.
The difference that it would make is, I think, if you got rid of the entire thing about indoors, that means that the entire business park zone could be businesses that are operating all outdoors.
And
if we have mostly indoors in there, then
I know of at least one that is all outdoors.
Okay.
Currently right now, so I think that probably would be a good idea to get rid of the outdoor component. Or the indoor component, I'm sorry.
So you're amending your motion to just strike the language that says operating all indoors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. But so I can make a motion to approve mine getting rid of that component of the indoor qualifier.
Yeah, I'd give you a second under that, guys, of without changing it. We're putting it back to legal, not legal non-conforming, and striking out that line. Because we don't have to change it again. I'll repeat it. We're trying to think we have to change it. We don't.
Well, it's the definition of business park is what we're just changing.
Well, I get it, but the definition can
So
also be
so
changed.
everything else that we made, my motions that I add here, which is allow the equipment yard to be a permitted use in BP and the others.
Councilmember Vega, I understand where you're coming from. I think the only point that I was just trying to make is that, there's two different zones for a reason, and so they designed it so that one has outdoor activities and one doesn't. When you start changing it, it almost becomes one zone. So that's all. I'm not trying to disagree with you, but I think what ends up happening is that if both zones become so similar, then it might as well just be one zone. So we're not doing that tonight, but that's the reason why we were trying to modify it as opposed to just strike it, because now it's basically very similar to an industrial zone. So,
If I could speak, Mayor?
Yes, you still have the floor, Victor.
Okay, I want to make sure. Brian, and I get it. You have a job to do, and your designation is to be clear. Actually, we're just here supporting businesses. I get it. And we're very clear here. I respect what you do. And there may be subtle differences, but we're trying to protect the value of that business. That's a business that's been there a long, long time. It's in an area that's not going to impact anything else. So I think that the least we can do is support the business and the business owner and their zoning.
right, with that, because they have, I'm assuming they have a permit, just so you know, it is protected. So let's say the family decides to sell it, so that permit would roll, and I think, Jeff, you could confirm that would go with whatever purchase, because you mentioned the financing, which is extremely important. But if they already had that permitted legally through a permit, then I think they could just, if they sell it, it's going to continue to be able to operate. So just
I guess my issue is, okay, sometimes we have commercial and we have residential, and sometimes you have buildings in city where they're deemed commercial, but they revert back after 6 months of non-use. I want to make sure, I'm trying to protect them from any non-use issue which reverts back to a different zoning, which means if you deemed it something else, they would lose their grandfathering if they stayed vacant for a year. I know that it works that way in the residential side of town for commercial versus residential. If you had a building that was used as commercial and you had it vacant for 6 months, it reverts to residential, and you can no longer use that for commercial use. But thank you, Brian. I appreciate your comments, okay?
I think that I am concerned about the fact that the one thing that differentiated industrial from business park was the fact that those activities were conducted indoors, and by just making the change of most activity conducted indoors allowed for the equipment yard to exist, but not suddenly turn it into an industrial zone. So I actually think the first solution was the right solution, and would ask Councilmember Mosby to take it back to the most activity conducted indoors, and allowing that equipment yard to exist is the best balance, simply because otherwise it really is not a differentiation between industrial and business park. So that's the reason I supported it in the first place, was that it was at least remaining. Business park has a certain look and feel and expectation of the types of business versus industrial, and this was the best compromise to allow the yard to exist in the BP without creating it into an industrial zone. So that would be my only request, is actually go back to your original recommendation, because it was the best compromise for that particular scenario.
And I'll rely on the council and attorney, but I think, and like I said, Councilman Vega, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just want to make sure that if we're making changes that we can do it so that it's consistent. So the business park right now, I think, although I'll show it to Jeff, I think we would actually have to make an amendment to the business park and the general plan, because a lot of this is a carryover. Staff didn't necessarily change it. So the purpose of the business park is to provide areas for clean and attractive planned industrial centers on large integrated parcels of land upon which all activities are conducted indoors. So there you have it. I think we would have to change that as well, because now it says all.
Well, and that was the recommendation, was to either strike that last part or change it to most rather than all, right?
Yeah, that's the decision we're trying to make. But
Right. And that was the original recommendation and the original motion. And I think that's the better compromise than to completely strike it, because then it becomes another
Right.
industrial.
All Brian was saying is that then not only would we have to change the intent statement in the zoning code, but we'd also have to amend it in the general plan,
Okay.
which we can do.
Councilmember Vega?
Yes, I understand. Anything can be changed. Man made it, man can change it. My issue is it worth the going back and forth to conform, or are we doing something beneficial for the economics of Lompoc and the business owner that's there, okay? That's all I'm asking. We can change the wordsmith. It doesn't cost anything to change that. Maybe I'll clarify with the city attorney to do an amendment and change the general plan. I think that's a minimal, if
That's
anything.
a minimal cost. We already have a
Nothing there.
resolution here.
I think that we should go with our gut and go with what we would want if we own that property, and that's why I'm going to go back to the council. If it was your property, how would you want it done?
I would also add that since we're taking a zone, we're talking about taking a zone right now that is currently all indoor uses and making it potentially all outdoor uses, that has a CEQA impact. And so we would also need to talk to our environmental consultant about amending the addendum that we're doing for this zoning code update, which we can do. But it's just another thing that we'd have to do to make this change.
Councilmember Mosby?
If I may, I can go with the mostly component. Reading the definitions side by side here, the mostly component will not affect those properties, because it's not mostly on the parcel, it's mostly in general. So mostly in general would still be allow the couple businesses that are operating mostly outdoors to comply, because it's the BP in general of a whole, not one parcel. So the mostly, after reading this 17.2, 16-1 side by side, it will work. So I can go along with putting the mostly component back in. So that would be my motion, if I could get a second with that.
I will second that. Councilmember Vega?
Yes, and I get it. I understand you guys are doing your job. We're facing a resistance here based on you have someone doing homework, so we can make sure we don't make any changes or excessive changes. One of the things that I requested before was a general plan amendment, which was put off until after we adopt the zoning code. Many of these amendments could have, and I understand, the protocol here, but I do want this as soon as this thing is updated. I hope that staff, unless we have to do date certain, because the city attorney says we can actually say with the date certain that we want to come back with a general plan, so we can take a look at it for any amendments. I think that we can't use that against it. We can right now, but we actually have a council request in to make some amendments, which all of a sudden now CEQA comes up and everything else comes up, and I get it. But to me, it seems like it's a resistance to keep us from changing anything.
If I may, Mayor, we do have it on our list, but that was the decision was, as soon as we can get this done. I've actually been asking, staff reminding, so as soon as this part's done and we have final approval, then that would be the next big project for them to work on.
I appreciate it, and thank you, okay? And I would like to tell I mentioned to the council, any of the council requests, per the city attorney, we can do a date certain on any council request. We don't have to sit here and wait and get old and wait for another birthday to happen. City staff is here to accommodate. We're all working together to make things happen. The public we don't want them to forget about our council requests, that we are there on their behalf for their economic welfare. So I think that it's up to us to be a little bit more firm. And when we clarify what we want, be specific what we need and our direction, and make dates certain instead of sitting back and waiting. Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck?
Yeah, just a quick comment. We do have an ad hoc outstanding on general plan amendments, so.
So we've had recommendations. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. We've discussed. I believe we have clarification for all our concerns. Let's go ahead and vote. And that passes 5-0. how about we take a 5-minute break? Because, oh, would you like to continue? All right. I just got vilified last time for not letting you guys go to the loo before midnight, so, all right. So, take a 5-minute break. All right, we've got to yield to take a 5-minute break. hopefully move this discussion along. All right. Councilmember Mosby, 17.220 other zones.
So the first one's another church issue that's taken care of.
Okay.
The next one is about asking a conditional use permit to be acquired by the city to use its public facility zone parcels for community assembly, entertainment, outdoor recreation, indoor. Other government agencies would be exempt from this requirement, so mandating us to get a conditional use permit for our own public facilities to do this doesn't make a whole lot of a sense. We should be a permitted, they still have to go through everything else, but, you know, permitting it, allow it to be permitted as opposed to that other layer of a CUP.
Could we get some clarity as to why we had moved it to a CUP?
I'm sorry, the city manager told me we were on other zones, but can you tell me the code section?
So it's the page heading says 17.220 other zones. The first thing was pulled because it was related to church. The next comment is it's not clear why a CUP would be required.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. And I'm asking, can you give clarity why we would have asked for a CUP and not just made it permitted?
So I think it has a lot to do with, but I'd probably have to talk to the consultant, has a lot to do with parking, but that's probably the only thing that I really can tell you.
But this is regarding our own property also, like it's city property being zoned for public facility and us having to go through the CUP process.
Oh, yeah, I don't know the history. That has come up from time to time. I don't know the history of why they, some of these things, which unfortunately, because I don't have the background, what the consultant did is just carry it over from the old code. So I don't know the history behind that. So I'm just not sure.
If I may, my recommendation is to make it as a P, and I will remind the city staff that they have the ability to come back and make a change later on, but I think we need to push the easier button again with that. And if they feel that they need to bring it back, they can come back and bring the change later.
So the change is just for the city to allow itself not to have to go through the CUP process in order to have community assembly on our own public facilities.
Correct.
You're just saying to make it permitted.
Correct.
I'd be willing to give that a try, and if staff begins to see there are issues, bring it back as a recommendation as to needing to evaluate ourselves for being able to do that, given a lot of what we do is public events at our public parks. Any concern? Okay. The next page appears to be also within sort of that.
And one's just a typo, which is taken care of, no problem.
Okay.
The other is a mistake that was actually done in last July's book. I thought something that had come because this verbiage was in July's book, and then sometimes it got, I guess it was a mistake, they had missed it. So I figured the EIR had been already done on the setback setting at the 30-foot, and actually our general plan has 100-foot, so I'm striking the next one because of the, so.
All right.
Then
The overlay?
If we could just do that one right now, because then they just go to the overlay zones after that. And they'll
Okay,
be
so you want to just do a quick public comment on the other zone, and then we can do all the overlays together?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions on the one item regarding city public facility zone parcels not requiring a CUP, just making permitted by council or staff? Seeing none, we'll open the floor for public comment. Seeing none, we'll close the floor. I'll go ahead and ask for a vote.
Motion to approve.
Oh, yes, motion. I'll second. Sorry, thank you. See, you're trying to get us rushed through this. I asked for a vote? Oh, I asked for a vote prior to the motion, so There we go. 5-0. You're welcome. It's like,
Overlay zones, again, safe parking, we already did. Item I brought up, but staff hadn't had a chance to go through, and this is some of the complexities that we'll be doing to our own airport, the additional standards and requirements in our airport overlay, and I believe staff is going to have to get back to us on this one, because this would actually prohibit above-ground utility facilities, including transformers, telephone pedestals, fire hydrants, and light poles at our airport, so I think they need to investigate that one. The dropping all the way down to the south side overlay, again, there was an ordinance back in 2013, and they didn't have time to review that either for the south side overlay. They cut and paste from the old book onto the new book, but I believe they left some materials out. But planning staff's going to have to get back to us on that one.
That's correct. We'd have to look into that.
so those two items will be returned at a later date?
That is correct.
Okay.
In the special event overlay, I had it in here, but we've already discussed that we would come back. But there's a component that could potentially happen, is we could do to them and say, we'll put this in, and you come back with the changes later, so we could actually have something on the books, and then they could actually come back. So pose that as a question to the rest of the council, that maybe we should put something on the books, and if they want to go and discuss it for another year or two, then they could come back to the changes and make changes to something that was already in the books. So just something, I mean, we keep being told that we could keep making changes, and what I found out is sometimes it takes, I think I'm waiting for almost 5 years for one of my council requests for discussion, 4 or 5 years? So it takes time for some things to come forward, and just an idea, just posing it as an idea. Maybe council wants to discuss that. A lot of this verbiage in here is material that came from Mr. Bridge and a lot of the conversations that they had. So just posing it again as an idea and for us to discuss.
I understand that, but since the meeting is already being organized and this is the first time that I've seen it as a formal request, I know Mr. Bridge has submitted his request and his oversight. I honestly haven't had time to delve into what these recommended changes are, and I know that staff may not have had a chance to do that. So I personally would like to at least let the Planning Commission and the special meeting happen. They've been waiting this long, I get it, but I think it's a little more complicated and a big enough change that I don't know that I would go ahead and just put something that I haven't spent much time on looking at. It is complicated, it is got some concerns about, maybe abusing the TUP in a way that the TUP isn't designed to be utilized. So I'd like to hear more about that. This is a more intense conversation, and I'd like to give it a little more time. And I apologize to the wine industry, but they're not here tonight. They're not here to discuss it. There are two here to represent, so I appreciate that. Please refrain from commenting until public comment begins. So that would just be my concern, is that this is a difficult topic, and it is an important issue, and no, we're not going to get it right, and it is going to need to be tested, but anyway, Councilmember Vega.
The special event overlay, it sounds like the city's already looked at this. Is that true, Brian? You vetted this part of it already, or not?
So the complicated part is Mr. Bridge, I know he's going to speak. So Mr. Bridge has spoke with Christy and I, and remember the guinea pig report and the suggested recommendations. I don't think they've changed from what he's put here. We had a lot of concerns about this. It was almost after the meeting, I think it was almost 2 months ago, we were at a point where we agreed to disagree. There wasn't a consensus, and there was concerns from both fire and building, like significant concerns. So not all of this is, we didn't reach consensus. I think some of them are, but there are things in here that probably are not going to work. So even though it has been looked at, it hasn't been vetted out. Like I said, there's some things that seem to be work fine, like, let me just throw it out there, limiting an event to 72 hours. I mean, that's a no-brainer, easy stuff. But then there's other things that may not work for fire and building and could be impacts to public health and safety. So, and no form of review at all. So I just think that that's what that working group was for. And I know I seem like a broken record, and I apologize. I know that Councilman Vega doesn't want to go back to that process, but I do think, and I feel uncomfortable with just taking this and putting it into the code immediately.
Yeah, you know, you're correct. I don't want to go backwards. Health and safety is an issue, but we have building and planning, or building and fire in place to make sure that's not an issue. I think sending it back to the Planning Commission is also putting an unfair burden on them when it's already been sent to us, and it's kind of up to us to make a decision moving forward. Everything we're told about zoning changes is there's no perfect solution or document when we do this. I remember a past chair of the Planning Commission always said, nothing's going to be perfect. And I think if we're looking for perfection, of course we're going to go back and we're going to look for community outreach again. But what I think is, personally, I think the economics of Lompoc, and as long as there isn't any health and safety issues, I think what's happening is we have the departments that are in place for planning or building and fire, and they're there to make sure they don't approve anything that's going to be unsafe. I think that if we put down a minimal set of guidelines there and let them vet through the building department, there's nothing that's going to slip through the cracks here. As long as it's beneficial toward the business and its economic move forward. So they can make some money, we can get some sales tax, we can make some people happy. Special events are not scary as long as they've gone through building and fire. That's kind of my take on it, and I do respect you, Brian, for what you're saying, okay? And I think you understand this, okay? But sometimes, you know, we're going to go this way or that way, and we're not going to get 100%. And I think it's going to work for them. We've gone 4 years, at least 4 years here, going back and forth, and we're still going to go back for more community outreach and send it back to the Planning Commission. I've never seen anything take so long. So thank you.
I just wanted to make a quick comment on why it takes so long. One of the things Brian mentioned is these suggestions, some of them are workable. The concern is we got, I want to say, 2 other sets of suggested formats from other community members or members of the wine industry, and they're just also different. That is the challenge, and I think that is why Brian is hoping we can do one more workshop and try to get them all to find some sort of compromise or middle ground where we get more of a majority to agree and get on the same page. So I think that's just what we're hoping for. We want to resolve this also as far as the planning division. It's just a matter of getting some very different businesses to agree on the policies.
There's also a couple things in here that haven't been vetted out regarding a component for inspections, where we don't have fees, we don't have a process for these inspections, where we haven't coordinated, Christy and I haven't coordinated with the fire department and building department. That may be our fault. But we don't have, some of these processes are not built in, like the fees. So anyways.
I got you, Brian. And again, Christy, I appreciate your input. All along, the wine industry hasn't been on the same page, okay? We're trying to help them globally without them all being, you're never going to get them all on the same page. They're independent contractors, independent labels, they have a different business plan. I think most of the resistance here is because they're in an industrial zone, which is different. So we're having a hard time, is what I believe, approving something in an industrial zone that's been there and it's in place and they are having businesses. The only thing they want to have is they want to have events that enhance their business and their income potential, so that they can stay viable, so we won't lose anybody else. They're going to leave town. They're leaving town. It's been too long now. But thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to buy the thing with problems with this and not vetted. The wine industry, this whole thing has been kind of like herding cats. Here's something solid. We've read this. The guinea pig report's no secret. We spend more time policing these people than we do working to fix the problem, is what I feel. We continue to do this, we're going to lose people. We're getting our butt kicked in Lompoc by Buellton and Los Alamos. I never thought I'd sit up here and say that. It's sad. I'm right on Councilmember Vega's heels with this one. I'm ready to approve something, and if it doesn't work, then fix it. I hate to make it sound like, approve it without reading it, but I have read it, and I don't find the fault. Fees is not an excuse. Fire and police fees is not. The reward comes when you have the event. No, I'm not buying it. I would think that this is a good start. It's something solid. Let's do it.
Councilmember Cordova.
So I don't know if I'm the only one that's not following this, but in the last meeting that we had, I tried to put forth a motion to get something resolved at that meeting, and it wasn't accepted by the rest of the council, and it was decided to send it back to Brian and let him go back out to the community and start this all over again. So I don't know if I'm the only one that remembers that. And now here we are saying, why are we going back to the community? Why are we doing this and why are we doing that? We need to resolve this today. I'm a little confused, because I tried to pass something last time and everybody on this dais disagreed with me. So what I have a problem with is when we say we're gonna take the entire text and we're gonna remove it and we're gonna plug this in, because we know better, because we are building officials, because we are safety officials, because we are this, because we are that. And so why can't we compromise and say, okay, we understand what has been written and we have a lot of feedback. I think that we could come to something, but what we're saying is let's remove everything that the paid professionals have put here and let's just put our own words. I would love to find something that we can all coexist on. And Mr. Steve Artwood that was here with Montemar Wines, I mean, he did it. He went through the entire process, and it's proven that it can be done, and it was done. So I get that, but just saying that it's staff's fault and that we need to pass this today, that's not what you guys said last meeting.
All right. So given all of this is overlaid, there's two more items on the last page that are also overlaid before we take public comment. Do you want to discuss those, Mr. Mosby, before? Because that would be the end of it, and we can
Why
discuss.
don't we just take this one and then the other two be quick, simple, easy?
Well, we haven't. Okay. So we're all in agreement that staff's going to return with the airport overlay and the south side overlay zone. That's, okay. We're all in agreement on that one? Okay, because that was the one thing we hadn't agreed to. That was just you saying that they would come back, and I just needed to get agreement. Okay, so we'll open the floor for public comment on the overlay zone.
Steve Bridge, resident. I'm sorry I caused so much problems. And I'm a little punch drunk because I was up at 4 feeding firefighters. But you have had, and I'll pass out another set just in case, the zoning ordinance suggestion for this section, which has been vetted. It's been vetted over and over again. This has been going on for 5 years. The Planning Commission sent something very similar to this forward. It didn't have the TUP process in it, and staff felt there had to be a TUP process. It's got the words in that say it has to comply with zone building officials. As far as consensus, I have here a list of organizations who have read this and signed up and said it's good. It includes the Santa Rita Hills Association. It includes the Chamber of Commerce. It includes a dozen of the major wineries in town. The Art Association says it's good. Is it perfect? No. My grandma said, you know, perfect is the enemy of good enough. This would get us starting. The planning staff have always said we could come back and change things. You know, yesterday I got the invite to the meeting to have the working group. We have come to them 3 times since you sent it back for concurrence and they didn't have time for a meeting. Now, all of a sudden, we have time for 3 dates right in the middle of harvest. It's not going to happen at harvest. We have warned the community out on this topic. You all know I went through and I have my TUP, so this is not me personally. I'm good for a year. But from the business standpoint, you know, we've worked for 4 years to include this in it. And we've waited a long time. We've repeatedly stated by staff that, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect. The revisions in here limits the activities to normal marketing activities, limits the length of time, includes limitations to compliance with the approved occupancy load. The TUP is exactly what we want. I mean, the suggested TUP process is exactly what we ended up doing in my case. After all the machinations that went on, in the end, we did just what's documented here. So I'm pleading with you guys. You're wearing us out. And, you know, that's how we get this reputation. 5 years is just too long to try to get something good. Your own hired consultants suggested it. The Planning Commission suggested it. Many of you have suggested it. And you've had this room full of people in here suggesting you do it. So please, do something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Gonzalez, resident. So just some historical background. This has been a ping pong back and forth. You're the policymakers, make the policy decisions. It's been vetted at the commission, planning commission level. It's been made suggestions. Suggestions were changed or altered by staff. It went to you, then you sent it back because of those changes. We made suggestions. It's going back to you. It's time to take the bull by the horns and make some policy decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I don't drink wine anymore. I'm allergic to it, so I don't have a dog in this fight. But we have a great business that came to Lompoc and has helped us. It's brought tourism in. And it would do even more for us if they were allowed some flexibility in marketing. Now, clearly, we never understood what having wine tasting was all about when the first one showed up. But as time has gone on, it's become very clear to us what is normal and customary business for a winery. And this document is very specific in terms of defining what's normal and customary business. That doesn't require regulation, because we don't require a shoe store to have regulation when they have a shoe sale, do we? Because that's part of their normal and customary business. And the wineries tend to do some unnormal and customary things. They tend to have some events that aren't directly related, and this limits the number of events, and it limits the way those events can be held in a reasonable way. It does not permit them to not follow fire and safety. They have to do all those things, as we're familiar with the guinea pig. And I think probably the most important thing is you will never get everybody to agree on anything, but that's a pretty impressive list of people who signed on and said, yes, this is a good first step going forward. We should take this step. And then if we find up the road that we need to make a few tweaks in it, fine, well, and good. No one is going to say we can't do that. There was a comment about fees. Fees are in a fee schedule. They're not in a zoning ordinance. So the fee schedule will need to be amended and come back to you. So I hope that you will vote to pass this evening. And I hope that you will not allow the South Side overlay to slip away, because Mr. Gonzalez and I spent 9 years of our lives to get that in place to protect the South Side property holders. And we did ultimately as a council, Mr. Starbuck was here then, pass that South Side overlay to protect those property owners. Thank you.
Seeing no one else rise, we'll bring it back to council discussion. To staff, given that we have gone through our first process, if we were to put this into the ordinance, would you recommend a 6-month review or a 1-year review? I want this process reviewed. I want enough to have happened that we can vet and see where the problems are. Again, I get it. I was part of the Economic Development Committee when this discussion came up and have been trying to move something forward. This version has some issues. I have some very big concerns with it. But I agree that dragging it out is a problem. I still think you need to have the meeting and make sure that even though we potentially put this on the books, I think you should, after harvest, have that group come and say, we agreed with this. You know, make sure everybody that's on this list that signed off of it really find out if they agreed with everything that was in here and that they really understand what their oversight has to be. Because again, we don't have code enforcement. And so we don't have somebody who is on staff prepared to go out and make sure that suddenly all of these entities are all following these rules. So I have concerns about putting something in place and having no oversight. So I'm willing to support it. I just think we need to bring it back pretty aggressively, either as soon as staff starts to see an uptick in concerns, either from consumers or participants at the events claiming they had concerns, or issues arising of not following the process. And I know that's going to be hard to do without code enforcement and that oversight. So that's, you know, again, I want to completely respect the wine industry, and I get the stress. So I'm willing to consider it, but I'd like staff to recommend, do you want to see a 6-month review of this process? Do you want to see a 1-year review of this process? What do you think is a good timing to take a look at it?
I'll give you just a little input, and then I'm going to defer to Christy. So we're already going to be coming back because there's a lot of follow-up items tonight, and even actually some issues that we need to coordinate with our environmental consultant because we're fiddling with the general plan. So what we could do is when we come back, along with the other follow-up items, we could, based on Christy's input, have this vetted through building and fire and have it, anything we cannot implement. For example, you said fees aren't a problem, but at the same time, if we don't have a fee to assign, then that's something we need to discuss. But just vet it out a little bit so that we'll come back, and that will be one of our follow-up items. I would suggest that because I don't think right now I just didn't have that thorough review. So I'll let Christy.
Yeah, I would agree with Brian that we incorporate it in as recommended and then bring it back for review with notes from staff on any concerns. At the end, it's our concerns or other staff members' concerns, you as the policymakers. It comes down to you making the decision to either take those concerns or disregard them. So we can bring that back and see where we land.
Thank you for that input. Councilmember Cordova.
Oh, I think Victor was on first.
Oh, Councilmember Vega.
It's a pretty impressive list of supporters here for moving the wine industry forward. So these are pretty prominent. Mr. Arrowwood was one of these that Councilwoman Cordova mentioned, who was very pointed and had a great business plan. I I understand the code enforcement issue. It's going to be there with everything. We still have fire people. We still have building officials. So there's nothing that's going to be done that's unsafe. I fully support moving this forward, and we can do a review after a year. I think that should be something that's acceptable there. So I'd like to make a motion that we accept the special event overlay zone, and staff can have their meetings and do whatever they deem necessary, but have a year, after a year, come back with a review, and let's see how it's working. Let's let these guys move forward and have their events and make us some money. That's my proposal. So that's my motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordova.
I'm willing to second that with the fact that obviously it is going to come back. It is going to be conditional upon review, or there is going to be a review period for this, and also that the fees get put in there, because again, it goes back to being business friendly. If we don't tell the public, then when they get here and then they realize they have to pay, then they're back here again saying, well, why should I have to pay, and why should I have to do this? So we might as well disclose that to them. But my comments were going to be this, what I disagree with is the chastising that happens sometimes, because I think that's unnecessary when clearly, if we rolled back the footage, I think everybody was in agreement with having Mr. Halverson go back and talk to the public again and have these meetings. So I have a problem with that. And getting the wine industry to agree is like saying we're going to get building and fire to agree. Clearly, those two codes are two separate, and they're never going to agree. So we already discussed this in the last meeting, that the heavier code outweighs the lesser code. So I'm willing to give this a shot, because I do want to see something happen, and that's why I wanted to bring a motion last time that wasn't supported. But again, that's with the fees being looked at and being added on there, and then also with the period of time for review from staff to make sure that everything's working and that it's not infringing on anything else or anyone else.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Any additional questions or concerns? Councilmember Mosby.
So to answer Councilmember Cordova, sometimes I'm a little slow, so I got on your board with you and agreed with that thought process. There's your answer.
Any concern from Leo? Yes.
I have a question about adding the fees to the ordinance. So we generally do not put the numerical fees in the zoning code, because that means in order to raise them or lower them, we'd have to do an ordinance with 2 readings just to amend the dollar amount. But we could put something in the zoning code that says the applicant must pay the fees that are on the city's fee schedule. Is that what you would like? Okay.
That's what I meant, yes. I realize that we can't put actual fees on here, but yes, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
All right, with that clarification, Councilmember Vega accepts that? You got it? Okay, so we've got a motion, we've got a second, we've got clarity. Let's vote. That is 5-0. Councilmember Mosby.
Almost done, almost done. So F, 8th Street overlay, that's already been taken care of, correct?
I'm sorry, will you please repeat that?
The 8th Street overlay, limitations on location of parking,
The last page.
the last page.
Yeah, I think we need to discuss that. So there was a little bit of a disagreement, which is fine. It's good to just discuss it real quickly, that staff thought that putting encourage was appropriate to change that general plan implementation measure. Councilmember Mosby thought the motion was just to delete it completely. So I mentioned the example, but I don't remember what the consensus was, that there's going to be times where the design of a new project is going to be closer to the street, and there's going to be times where the development is going to be farther back. So that's why we use the word encourage. We would prefer encourage, but obviously that needs to be discussed.
Well, I believe in your presentation earlier this evening, you had presented the verbiage that was coming back, and that was part of our decision to be made tonight, was to accept that recommendation, correct? It was part of your presentation.
So encourage, Councilmember Mosby? Or
The thinking about what the word encourage, think about you come to the counter, you want to build a facility, and they say, well, we're not going to tell you where to do, but we're going to encourage you. And I can understand what's going to end up happening, and the reason why this has been brought forward is one of the newer projects that was built was one of those was put on the sidewalk, like real close to the sidewalk, and it's blocking people's signs and everything else. It's when you get to the level of encourage, if people want to get along, people are not going to really look at the encourage. And I think properties will flow to the level of themselves, and when we start making encouragements at the counter here, I just think that pushes things too far, and people end up doing this. And, you know, the one we're talking about is where the Blaze Pizza building is. It's been very difficult in that. And you imagine if we do this hopscotch, one in the front, one in the back, one in the front. Mr. Halverson did make a great comment. He understands that the flow will actually happen. When people know that one's there, they're not going to want, they're going to try to line up properly themselves. Let the property owner decide on this. I think it's better to delete it and let the flow of the land decide instead of having staff encourage things.
So by deleting it, what's the ramifications of deleting that statement completely?
So a couple things. One is we need to consult with the environmental consultant. And then secondly is there will be no regulations to force someone, or not force one, encourage them to put a building that may be in line or back, farther back, depending on the location, so.
Councilmember Starbett.
Yeah, I'm curious, the environmental, they don't care if it's going to be back 30 foot or up. That's irrelevant in this, I feel, Brian. I mean, who in staff wants this? Raise your hand over there. Who are the people that are pushing for this?
Well, no, it's the general plan. No, it's the general plan. Whenever you amend the general plan, Jeff concurred that that's what would trigger the environmental
Where we
review.
place the building on the property is going to incur environmentals.
Removing a policy in the general plan requires environmental review.
I'm just saying.
This was before I came to the city, so this is something the community decided on.
Well, this is why we're doing this, and that's why it's after 10 o'clock at night right now. We're fixing all that. I just...
So the general plan is supposed to be the vision of the community, but if you want to change it, then if the
Well, that's
council
what we're
wants to
doing,
change that.
but I'm just curious on, the word staff wants to do this, staff wants to do that. I'm just curious on staff. Is this a whole group effort, or is this just one person, or is this just a continuation? I mean, encourage is horrible, and it's like Councilmember Mosby just said. I go to the counter, oh, I can probably get it done because they're encouraging me to do it this way. Well, it's not the way I would want to do my properties. I don't think, you know, the option is going away, and why are we forcing a design that doesn't fit anywhere else in the city? I mean, it's ridiculous.
So for clarification, this particular change, because something about it is also defined in the general plan, means we're making a change to the general plan, which also is part of the reason you're saying it is potentially triggers that environmental review. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what
Okay.
we're saying, and all we're saying is that we need to have the environmental consultant look to see if there's an environmental impact, and then you just make a notation in the addendum. There may not be an environmental impact.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Councilmember Cordova.
If we're talking about development here, we're assuming that someone that's coming in and spending millions of dollars to do a development plan on H Street doesn't know what they're doing, and that they need their hand held when it comes to understanding, encouraging, or requiring. I mean, the way the policy reads right now, that's the reason why we ended up with Panda smack in the front, because there wasn't an option. Is that correct? So by saying encouraging, I'll tell you, as a developer, I could take that and say, I don't care, they're just encouraging me. It's not required, so I'm gonna lay out my parcel and I'm gonna figure out what is the best thing, and then I'm gonna proceed with what is the best thing, because to me, encouraging is not a legal word that tells me that I have to do it this way. So that's assuming that all developers don't understand that they have a right to build based on, that they're just being encouraged by staff. So encourage to me is not a legal word that tells me that I have to do something.
Okay. Any other questions on this particular? Okay. Let's talk pedestrian access, since they're under the same.
So there's a layer of complexity that ends up happening when we require that sidewalks on the properties be connected to public sidewalks on all adjoining streets. It's not reasonable. Parking lot surfaces connect to all streets. It just adds to a layer of complexity, and I think Mr. Halverson actually agreed with me.
With the building department, they're going to require ADA requirements, so there's almost always going to be a direct path of travel. So I don't think I think it's a moot point. It's still, they're still going to have to do it, whether it's in the zoning code or not.
Any questions about this item? Okay. So I will open the floor for public comment on these two items. Seeing no one rise, we will close that. And I believe the motion is to eliminate the word encourage and drop the limitations on location of parking, and to delete sidewalk on each frontage street from pedestrian access. Is there a second on that? Councilmember Vega.
You know, I have to concur with Councilwoman Cordova. The word encourage, it can be implied that we want you to do it that way. So the verbiage is really loose. Just don't agree with that word. It's got to be a better word than that.
That's why I'm asking for it to be removed.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was just listening to the reading of it, so.
The motion is to delete it.
Oh, sorry, did I miss that one?
Yeah, the
Okay.
Councilmember Mosby
You guys all shook your head, thank you.
presented it as delete.
I'll give you a second.
Councilmember Cordova.
I was just going to clarify that I was actually saying that to me the word encourage is not a threatful word. So I'm okay with either one, but I don't see it being such a big issue.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion, and our attorney has got some input.
I'm sorry. I think if we just delete the word encourage, it's going to make a sentence that doesn't make sense because there won't be a verb. So what I'm reading here on the
Thanks for catching that one.
what I'm reading here on the sheet, it says to delete the entire section, limitations on location of parking. Is that what the motion is to do? Which is 17.224-13.
I think they want to delete the whole implementation measure, so implementation measure 23. Oh, and the general plan, let me get it.
It's page 17.224-13.
And also it's here.
So we need to continue having a conversation. So I will share that Councilmember Cordova asked about changes to the general plan. And that rule is we're allowed 4 changes a year to the general plan. Does that change have to be a single thing? No, that's why the recommendation from staff is that we wait till we're done with this to make the recommendations that we need to make to the general plan so that it is a change in bulk So that uses up one of our changes rather than 4 changes, because again, we're allowed 4 times a year to change the general plan, so you want to make sure that when you make a change, you're making as many changes in that one time as you possibly can. Has staff finished conferring to make the feedback?
I think I know what the motion is attempting to do. I think the motion is attempting to delete the limitations on location of parking that's in the zoning code that requires building frontages to be placed by the sidewalk. Yes, and then also to delete implementation measure 23 in the general plan, which requires new development to place buildings on H Street with the parking areas behind them. Those 2 things would do what the council's motion is talking about doing.
Thank you for that clarity. Does that work for you, Councilmember Mosby?
Yes.
Okay. So that is clarity of the motion, and I'm sure there is a clarity of the second.
Yes, I think we understand it
All
now.
right. Any other questions, concerns regarding that motion? Any other questions or concerns before we take a vote? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. So, Councilmember Mosby's issues have been addressed. Well, no. Remember, Councilmember Cordova has questions.
If the mayor would allow me.
Yes, Councilmember Mosby.
Quickly, we had a slideshow that went on earlier.
Yes.
And as I'm finding out that there was some public comment that wanted to come about the slideshow, and that was the parking requirements for the self-storage mini-storage. And I don't know if we had public comment after that component, but I don't know if we would be able to allow, I think there are some people here that have been sitting here most of the night waiting to comment on this. So if we could, if you would, maybe?
We can do that. If those individuals are still here, please come forward and make your comments so that if we need to address any of the recommendations, we can.
Good evening, council members. Jason Tamura with Urban Planning Concepts, representing an applicant that is proposing to put a self-storage facility in Lompoc. We've been working with the staff on amending the parking requirements for self-storage. As any of you who have used self-storage will know that parking at a self-storage facility is not the same as any other usage. It's basically you come into the facility, you drive right up to your unit, you unload your things, load them, and then you leave. So the idea that you need dedicated parking spots in a self-storage facility just doesn't keep up with the modern self-storage trends. You have in front of you a recommendation for 1 parking space required for every 25 internal units of self-storage. However, based on current usage of self-storages that are in effect currently, we have found that most self-storages at any given time will only have maybe 4 cars parked. Most people will come in and they will use it and leave in under 20 minutes. So the idea that you need parking inside of a self-storage facility doesn't really fit with modern self-storage usages. So if you can see on the projection, you have the proposed parking rate for self-storage. We would recommend that you remove the 1 space for every 25 interior storage units from this. And this would allow for the self-storage facility to more effectively operate. You wouldn't have to dedicate space for a parking lot that will never be used, or parking spaces drawn in the sidewalk that will not be used. It's just not needed in current self-storages. That's all we wanted to talk about today, so if you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Councilmember Starbuck.
What would you recommend?
I would just recommend removing the 1 space for every 25 interior storage units. Most people, when they come in, they don't use a parking lot. They just park in front of their storage, and it works.
Where are people that are going to apply, put in an application to get a unit? Where would they park?
They're at the front office. So if you look at this one, I'm only talking about the interiors parking. There's still the exterior spaces. There's one
So
required.
is that brought out, Mr. Halverson, that what they would have to do for exterior parking on this project?
Yes, so if you look at the slide, it talks about one space for every 300 square feet of the office, and then, of course, if they have a resident, they would have to provide parking for the resident. What was trying to be accomplished here, we worked very closely with Mr. Tamora and the applicant and the fire department, is when people come into a mini storage facility, they usually park in front of their unit. So what was trying to be accomplished here is that you would stripe those spaces in front of the doors. Actually, not necessarily the doors, the exterior component would not require, it would be units that don't have exterior access. They would have a place to park. It would be striped. I don't know what that is. But.
It's the timer.
Thank you.
I took his time if you want. So if the council doesn't want striping in front anywhere in the mini storage facility, then Mr. Tamora's recommendation is good. But if you want striping so that there's a designated place for people when they come in, because there's not enough parking right in the front, then that's what we were suggesting based on research and talking to other jurisdictions, looking at other codes. So it's just a matter of what do you want.
I guess, with very limited knowledge about mini storages and self-serve storage and all that, there's got to be fire lanes.
Correct.
So when you have fire lanes, obviously you're not going to have people park there. So
Correct.
do you just put distance between them? Is how you do that?
Well, we work with the fire department based on the width of that little, I'll call it an alley between the self-storage units. They either would or would not be able to park based on the width of that road or that alley inside the mini storage facility. So I want to say it would need to be a minimum of 26 feet and 32. So if you meet a certain width requirement, then you could park there. We just wanted to stripe, basically we would be striping those areas so people know where to park.
It sounds like it's already fixed.
The public comment's still open, so these were just questions and answers, so please come forward if you'd like public comment.
So I'm Ed Boersma, and I'm a self-storage specialist. My company has been building, designing, owning, and operating self-storages for over 40 years. We've done 400 self-storages. This particular zoning language, as it is for the proposed project, would generate a requirement for something like 25 or 26 storage spaces. What did I say?
Storage.
Storage spaces, yeah, parking spaces, sorry. Not so used to speaking at the mic. Being involved in so many self-storages over the years, I've never been to a self-storage that has more than 4 or 5 cars at the facility ever. So the unintended consequence of putting in mandated parking spaces instead of just loading areas for people to come for 20 minutes or less is that a self-storage operator is going to see these unused parking spaces and turn them into revenue and put boats and RVs in those and rent them out. Even if you stripe a bunch of spaces in the drive aisles, people aren't going to park there. You can't enforce that. They're going to park as close to their unit as they can, whether it's an inside unit or an outside unit. We presented an exhibit to the planning staff that is not science, but it is a Google Earth image of all 7 self-storages you have in town. Each of those facilities has between 1 and 5 cars at the facility. You could do that same random sampling of every community across the country and come to the same result. So striping 25 or 26 spaces in our case would just be unnecessary. And as a final example, the city of San Jose, who has a very hard time changing their zoning standards, has an inappropriate requirement for self-storage where they ask for 1 space for every 5,000 square feet. And they say that you need to show on your plan that you could actually put those spaces in, but they don't make you stripe them because they realize that that's silly. People aren't going to park in those spaces. So That's just one example. I could go on about many others, but I think it makes sense to have a requirement that has a requirement for 2 to 3 spaces outside the gate for new customers, 1 or 2 spaces for the manager, and then unstriped spaces internally with a minimum drive aisle width of perhaps 26 feet. You could take the extra step of putting signs throughout the facility that say, no parking, loading only. We've done that before in facilities. We've also put up signs in the case where we have less than a 32-foot driveway, putting up signs, no stopping opposite one another. So you can't have 2 cars right opposite each other choking off the drive aisle for fire access issues. That's my comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
Could I ask the expert a question? Do you think if that requirement said 1 space per 100 interior storage, that would be more appropriate? That'd give you maybe 8 spaces in the place you are? Because you always want to make sure you have just a little extra.
If you mandate 8 spaces and then you stripe them, they won't be used. It's unnecessary. You're going to have 3 to 4 people at that facility at any given time. They're going to be there for less than 20 minutes. So it's kind of silly to mandate striped spaces inside of a self-storage facility.
What would you do when you have an auction day?
Auction day?
Auction days?
Good question. They're done online now.
Oh, they're done, nobody's, okay. Right.
I thought you said arson day. I thought that was a little different.
How about anything for maintenance vehicles or something like that? Would you have anything like that, an opportunity for any of that?
The self-storage typically have a maintenance person that comes once or twice a week for whatever is necessary. Again, if they tend to drive around the facility on the golf cart.
So sufficient enough would be 1 space for every 300 square foot of office, is that what you're saying?
Well, then I would say that the norm would be 1 or 2 for the caretaker, although 2 covered seems excessive. 1 covered might make sense, 1 uncovered makes sense. Not every self-storage facility has 2 managers. A lot of them just have 1. And they live there, so if their car is parked in the garage, then they don't really need a car other than to get around town. So 1 or 2 spaces for the office, 1 or 2 spaces for the manager, and then 2 to 3 spaces outside the gate for customers coming and going from the office makes sense. And that's how it's done across the country.
And no more inside?
No designated spaces inside, but perhaps some other constraints like a minimum driveway width, maybe a little bit of signage to satisfy fire.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Any other public comments before we return this discussion to staff? Okay, we'll close public comment. Mr. Halverson, I have utilized local storage facilities, and none of them are striped. The ones that are the most difficult are the ones that are really narrow and haven't been appropriately given the fire width. The newer one out at the corner of Central and Briar Creek area is an example of having a few parking spaces out front for getting a place and checking in or meeting somebody there, and has, I think, 2 spaces allotted for the caretaker on site, and then inside has those setbacks for fire access that is inappropriate. So I think that model, I would like to see us utilize that model, and that would accommodate what the modern storage spaces are. It's well done. I've utilized it for over 2 years. The flow in and out works. There's never a difficulty finding parking, and it does have some of those with the interior hallways that you don't get to park right in front. So the users kind of figure it out for themselves. So I think making sure we have the access for fire, wide enough lanes for the turning around of the large vehicles, but the parking is your least of your concerns at these locations because it comes and goes. So I'd recommend coming back with something that is within that idea of the 3 to 5 parking spaces out front and the 1 to 2 spaces for the caretaker, depending on how big their caretaker space is, and then the appropriate codes for So that would be my recommendation, and I would look for support on that one.
So, real quickly, typically parking is by square foot. Do you have a suggestion on what the square footage would be for each space? Right now, it's one space for every 300 square feet. If we struck the 25, one space for every 25 interior units, which I think this mini storage operator and the applicant would like, and they would just have to meet the fire department regulations for how wide the road is will determine if they can park in front of those units, which is what they want to do. They don't want to stripe them. But right now, Briar Creek's a good example. They have two covered. So we were just trying to, we visited Briar Creek, so we didn't just make up, a requirement that maybe we don't already have. So we had the two covered, and then the 300 square feet, one space for every 300 square feet is basically the office area. So I think that's
Is that pretty
appropriate.
reflective of what that self-storage is? Okay.
Yep.
Councilmember Mosby.
I think striking the 25 would, could still work.
Councilmember Mosby.
Are you ready to make that motion now, or did you want them to come back with something else, or can we go with this, just striking the 25 interior storage?
Given the feedback, we can strike the 25 interiors, and I just wanted to make sure you were.
I would go along with that if that's...
Okay. I will make that adaptation and take your second. Councilmember Vega.
No, that was
Awesome, okay.
I already had a second. But he jumped in on me.
We've had public comment, we've had discussion, we've had a motion. Any other questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Now, Councilmember Cordova.
Okay, so I'm hoping mine are going to go fairly quickly, but if we have to go home, I'm willing to push these to the other meeting because mine are not that big. But you want to do that? Okay, I'm going. All right, so I'm going back to the list that we had discussed already that had already gone up on the board, and it was on the presentation, and I went back and I reviewed some items because of the fact that some things didn't make sense to me, and this is the reason why I'm bringing these items back.
Which attachment is it?
So it's the one that Brian presented in the last meeting. I don't know which attachment.
It's attachment 14 for this particular discussion.
Oh,
attachment 14.
Okay. So looking at section 17.2.08-4.
First page of the document, number 5, no change, was the recommendation from staff, okay?
So when I went back and I did look at this one, it's my understanding that it used to be a 65-foot wide lot, and looking at it now at 75, when you're looking at R1 or 7R1, I do think that that's a little restrictive, and we're changing I guess we're changing what a developer can do on their own lot. And so I didn't understand the reason why we would increase that to 75 when 65 worked all this time, and it would be less restrictive to the developer that is going to be putting that lot. I mean, I would think that you're actually taking away the ability to have more like backyard space or...
On attachment 14, she's discussing item 5, which was recommended from staff, no change, and it's 17.208-4. 77R1 zone, it establishes 65-foot wide lots as the minimum standard when most lots are now 50 feet wide.
I could respond to that unless you want to do all your comments.
I just wanted to, there was some question from council members as to which one we were addressing, so I just wanted to make sure we were all clear on which one it was, but please.
Sure. So by the time you do setbacks, the house will be pretty small, and this would only be for creating new lots. So if someone was going to do a new subdivision and plan out new lots, 50 is very narrow. That's a standard that is extremely old and doesn't always leave a lot of room for, you know, a good-sized home or a home that could, you know, kind of fit, especially when you have a garage or other things. So 65 was recommended. Obviously, if you'd like small, those are very small, 50 feet wide, you can. So that was basically why the 65 instead of the 50. And I think, again, this is just a carryover. This is our current zoning code. A lot of people bring up the 50 because that's, like, let's say if you look at the Old Town area or around that area, a lot of those are 50. That's a standard that's extremely dated. But if you want to bring it back, then that's something we could bring back.
Well, the only thing that I have an issue with is why can't a developer decide that based on whatever their project is going to be or whatever they want to build, and then they're submitting that to you guys? Why do we want to restrict the developer?
I believe the developer can, but I'm going to rely on Jeff. Sorry to put you on that, but do we have the ability, if someone comes in and wants to plan out something other that's lesser than the development standard, would we have that ability to?
Not if the zoning code says that
It has to be
the minimum width is 65, then we would have to.
75.
Couldn't make it lower than
No
that.
variance or, you know, something like that?
Well,
Well,
there
I don't think it-
theoretically could
yeah.
be a variance, but practically they'd never be able to make the findings. for a
Yeah, that
variance.
would be difficult.
And I'm just saying too, because when I thought about this, I thought, you know, some people are making smaller homes because they want more, or it's a housing issue shortage. I kind of looked at it that way too. But, so again, my problem, I don't care what size they build it. My problem is just the restricting the developer from what they could potentially want to do with that lot. So I would just say if we could put it back, but I don't know if there's any agreeance to that.
So the R2 and R3 are at 50. So basically, you would be making the R1 the same. So just if you want to look at your code and see what the minimum lot widths are, they're for 100,000 square foot, or sorry, 10,000 square foot lot, it's 75. A 7,000 square foot lot is 65. A 6,000 square foot lot in the R2 is 50. And in the R3, it's 50 feet, so.
And again, these are just minimums, so if somebody wants to build something and it fits and they can get more on the lot and they could do more cookie cutter homes, I guess, is the way I would look at it, they have the ability to do that. But if they don't, they don't have to do it, so I don't see why we're restricting. And if that's the way it used to be, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me that we keep going up on that number, so. So I guess my motion would be to put it back and just allow the developer to make that decision as to how they want to lay out their development project. And we know the minimum is just that, it's the minimum.
I'd give her a second on that one too. I agree.
We need to have public comment. So we have had discussion, we've had a motion, we've had a second. We'll open the floor for public comment on this. Seeing no one rise, we will bring it back to council. Any questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0.
Okay, the next item that I had, and I did bring this one up in the last one too, when we talked about page number 2, section number 17.3.12-5 in regards to reducing the maximum fence height from 8 to 7. We discussed that all the existing fences being 8, why are we trying to reduce that when I believe there was public comment on that meeting that stated, you know, that they've called and that's not a standardized size for a company that sells or rents fencing that it carries. So it would create a customized, which would create then an impact on that business owner or that. So again, I don't know if this one got changed. It was discussed, but I don't know if it got changed. So I would like to see it stay the way it is. at 8.
I will give you that second. Any discussion, any questions for staff? Open the floor for public comment on that one. Seeing no one rise, we will close public comment. That was for reference for city clerk. That was item 16 on attachment 14. Seeing no other questions or concerns, let's vote. And that passes 5-0.
All right, the next one that I have is in regards to noise, and we're looking at section 17.3.04.090.8. When I looked at this particular chart, it shows churches listed under community facilities along with hospitals, schools, nursing homes, and what caught my eye was the interior sound decimal. When we're talking about sound, it says 45 and the exterior being 65. So on that one, I was just confused as to how there's going to be louder noise coming from that facility on the outside than there would be on the inside. And so that was one, and part two of that would be that a church is obviously way more louder than a library or a nursing home, so I was confused as to why churches were put into that category. And I think this whole thing needs to be looked at, but I don't know if I'm making any sense with what I'm saying.
No, you are, and it's been acknowledged that we're going to have to update both our zoning code and the general plan because we have some things that we need to address that was actually, this I think we're on like the 5th meeting, but the very first meeting we talked about how that was a follow-up item that we need to come back and make amendments to our general plan, and we have a section that's not even part of Title 17 that addresses noise. But in general, the rule of thumb is you always want to allow noise to be louder outside than inside. So that's like a health thing. So you're always going to be noisy outside.
I think the fact that it's on that 45 when I know that churches are probably louder than that doesn't make sense to me. And then if we're looking at retail restaurant with professional offices, movie theaters, movie theaters are listed under professional offices and auditoriums, and those two, it would seem to me like they would be more suitable for retail or restaurant because they're louder than what a professional office or an office would be. A movie theater would be much louder than that. And so the retail and restaurant are at 55, whereas the movie theater is at 45 along with auditoriums. So again, I think church needs to be moved into a different category altogether, but movie theaters and auditoriums, I would say the same thing about that.
So all of these are carryovers from the general plan, so we would have to go back, and again, we mentioned this in the very first meeting, that we realize that this needs to be updated, but just not now. I'll be very honest, we're struggling right now with 2 planners, and the list is getting larger and larger. And so that is something we acknowledge. We do have to go back and look at this in the general plan. But if you change the zoning, we're going to have to change the general plan. They're just trying to make it consistent right now. So the zoning code isn't proposing anything different than what the general plan already states.
Right, so I guess since we did that on the last time where we said we're going to kick it back and we're going to fix it when we fix the general plan, I guess I would like to see this fixed also and to have it drop into the change into the general plan that we're going to make. So then that way that goes in there and we're not having to make an additional change to the general plan, that this gets thrown into that bucket.
Yeah,
that would be my motion.
If I may, Brian, Mr. Halverson, did the council at the first meeting on this, did they decide to amend the noise ordinance in the general plan when we adopt the zoning code update, or did they decide to adopt the zoning code update first and then come back later in the future with the noise ordinance and noise general?
The latter.
Okay, so the council already voted to adopt the zoning code update first and then come back in the future to change the noise ordinance. So that's what the plan currently is, but
Well, when you say adopted, I mean, we're still obviously trying to get it adopted. So nothing has been adopted. We just have mentioned on several occasions that this is a follow-up item. Kind of like the architectural guidelines. I've mentioned that in quite a few meetings here that we're going to have to go back and revamp that as
And
well.
I'm just trying to make it so that it's no longer a follow-up item, that we're already going to make these other changes, so let's just throw it in that bucket and let's get it done.
When we adopt the zoning code update.
We
think
can't
that's
do
what
it
we need.
right now because
We
this is.
cannot do that?
No, because we're going to have to, there's going to have to be some review of this, and we don't have that right now. We don't have the staff resources, and our consultant hasn't been charged to make this change. So if you change these numbers, it requires environmental review, staff review, et cetera. If you change the numbers or change anything in the general plan.
Are we allowed to change the uses, like the category uses?
I would defer to, yeah, that's going to be tricky. Noise is tricky. I'm just going to say right now that noise is tricky. It's not going to be something where you can just change numbers or change uses without having some review.
So it sounds like we don't have that in our current contract with the environmental consultant, or we are already over budget enough to not be able to have our consultant do that analysis in order to adopt it concurrently with the zoning code update. It has to be
That is correct. It's not
done
part-
in the future in a different
capacity
process.
Yep.
Just budget-wise.
Councilmember Vega.
If I could, what would be the process now that it's noted, so that we know that it comes back when that time is? Do we have to keep track of it ourselves, or is this something that the councilwoman has asked for it to be brought back? How do we do this so it works for all of us?
I
Because
think
we're
that-
going to come back with a general plan update, and what are we going to have to do? Keep our notes together, or are you guys going to be able to keep track of what's been said tonight, or what? I think that probably would help part of her questioning here.
Yeah, I think I'm going to defer to the city manager, but I think that would go under council requests.
What?
I just don't see how that would be a council request where we're already stating it, and I would like to have that thing stated and brought back also. I don't mean to intervene and jump ship, but to go back and request something that's already being stated right now, I think that's a frivolous process.
We're going to be bringing back the general plan, if that's, so it's.
No, I get it, but she has a pointed request, and I concur with her, so I'm not speaking for her, I'm speaking for myself. How do we get it brought back?
I think it comes back with the general, I mean, otherwise you're doing the piecemeal versus doing the whole general plan at one time. From the, excuse me, consultant point of view, we'd have to bring back a staff agenda item requesting additional appropriation that's not in this current budget, which would come out of the general fund reserves.
And I think the reason I'm asking for it is because you only get 4 amendments to the general plan a year, so we want to make sure it's, I'm just speaking for
That's why I
myself, we
say
want to make sure it's bundled.
We want to group as many as we can together rather than a couple.
Didn't mean to
at a
butt
time.
in here, but thank you.
Councilmember Cordova.
Is it possible to exempt these from having to comply to that 45?
I think that if we exempted certain uses from complying with the noise ordinance, I think that's exactly the kind of environmental impact that we would have to look at before we make that change. So I don't think we can do that without doing a CEQA analysis of that change, because that would cause a noise impact.
Okay. I'm going to pretend like I understand that. But they're already making noise. They're already existing. We're just, I would almost dare say that they're non-compliant. That a church is making way more noise than a school and a nursing home.
Well, that's a code enforcement issue.
Right.
So
So
you
they'll
would actually have
continue to
go out
just be
there with the noise
non-compliant until
meter.
we fix it.
You'd have to
Right.
go out there with the noise meter and then cite them, but we're not doing that right now. We have no code enforcement
Right,
to do
right.
that.
No, I know. Okay. I just wanted to bring it up because it didn't make sense to me. And I guess if you're saying that we're going to have to deal with it at a later time, I understand that. And I understand that we have a budget that we need to follow. But this is something that needs to be noted somewhere, that we need to go back and change this, because there's a bunch of places that I can guarantee you are non-conforming when we're saying that a movie theater is staying to 45 or an auditorium is staying to 45. Yeah. And we're assuming that they're only praying at church and that they're not singing and having, drums and tambourines and all that stuff. So, okay. The next one, so that we continue moving forward. There is, I'm looking at page 3, section 17.6.20-2. On this one, I looked at this and I kind of felt like, just in recent months dealing with some of the stuff that has came up, and the city saying we don't have a record of that and we don't have a copy of this, and I would think that it's okay to have it say 1945 as opposed to 1965, because of the fact that I think we've proven that we don't have accurate records, and I don't think that the burden should be put on the business owner or the property owner to produce a proof that their building was built with all the permits, because that's something that when you change ownership on structures or on businesses or on locations or whatnot, that can get lost, especially when you're dating back to 1965 or 1945. So I would like to see that burden of proof not be put on the developer, and I would like to see that go back. So that would be my recommendation, and that would be my motion, that we don't put that burden of proof on the developer, especially when you're dealing with such old structures. Somebody approved that at some point in time, and even we were just dealing with something that was just a couple years ago, and the city was saying they didn't have a record of it.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney, because I think, but he'll correct me if I'm wrong or confirm, that there's always going to be a requirement if someone didn't get a permit that they need to provide proof, but I'm going to let Jeff.
I honestly am having difficulty remembering all the ins and outs of this issue and what the Planning Commission recommended to the council on this issue. I believe the issue is if someone comes to the city and says that they have a legally built structure, but they have no proof that their structure was legal when it was built, will they be allowed to remodel that structure or continue operating that structure? If we take out the requirement that the property owner needs to have proof, that means if the property owner doesn't have proof and the city doesn't have proof, the default is going to be we assume that the building was legally built. That's something that we can do. I suppose that means that every building in the city that has no documents on file anywhere, a shed, poorly constructed structure that was built in 1915, we would have to allow it to continue being used because there's no documents anywhere about it. So I believe staff's recommendation this entire time was to put the onus on the property owner to have some proof in some kind of a document that the structure was legally built when it was built. Go ahead.
If I may, I think part of it goes back to illegal builds. So if someone's built something, the city never will have anything anywhere because it'll never be in any file if the person's illegally doing it. We had one not too long ago. The roof was supposed to be 1,700 square feet. It turned out to be 3,000 plus square feet. So it was illegally added on to. The city we would never know that was done. So if we had to be the ones with the burden of proof, then all these illegally built buildings or additions or whatever, we'd have to approve them because of going in this manner. So.
I will also tell you that from personal experience, I know that recently going to renovate the Holiday Inn Express, the city didn't have the most current set of plans that was done, and that was just built or rebuilt or refurbished in 1996 or 1997. And that's what worries me is that we haven't been able to produce accurate records for people, and that's what brings them up to this podium and says, I was told or I was granted permission. And so it just seems to me unfair to put the burden of proof on a developer or on a business owner or on a parcel owner or just a property owner when I know for a fact that it happens every day, And so if we can't keep track of recent years, a building that's been standing since 1945, it's been standing since 1945. So, Okay, so there's no compromise to that then?
Councilmember Starbuck?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and move we extend the meeting 15 minutes.
I was going to get there. I was waiting for... Yes. I will second that. Any discussion? Councilmember Mosby?
You're wanting to change the date to 65? Is that what you're wanting to do?
Well, on the recommendation, on the document, it says, request the burden of proof for structures built prior to 1945 will now be on the city to prove that the buildings were not built with a permit. I had recommended that the date be 1965 because I have a building built in 1965 and the city has no building record for the improvement. So the 1965 is fine, but the burden of proof, I think, still needs to fall on the city. And I get what you're saying. There should be some level of shared responsibility there, but I can tell you that we just had to have a whole new set of plans drawn for the Holiday Inn Express because the city didn't even, and that was just in 1997.
So before we keep going, I need to take a vote on our extension by 15 minutes. So we've had a motion, we've had a second. I thought Councilmember Mosby was going to say, give it 30, but that's not what happened. So let's vote on the 15-minute extension if Councilmember Cordova believes we will be done in 15 minutes.
I think that we probably won't be done in 15 minutes. So I would say that the remainder of my items can be pushed to the next meeting because there's only like, I had a total of 8 items, so.
All right, so we're going for 15. Let's vote. And that passes 5-0, so we will go to 11:15. All right, so the discussion again was, do we set a date? Do we not set a date? Do we put the burden completely on the city? Do we put the burden completely on the owner? There is some legal ramifications, I believe. I don't think this is a decision we can make without having a better understanding of the legal impacts of that. So I would prefer our attorney to come back with a recommendation on that rather than make a decision on it without understanding the fallout. Councilmember Mosby.
Again, you're wanting to make the burden of the proof on the city and be 1965 the date. That's what you're wanting to do. I mean, do we even have any idea how many times this has happened?
I certainly don't, but if the only change is taking the date 1945 and changing it to 1965 and saying that the city is still going to have the burden of proof prior to that date, I think that the same staff recommendation that we made to the Planning Commission would be our staff recommendation now, But that 20-year difference, I don't think is, I don't have any legal caution to give you to make that 20-year change right now, because it's simply just a change in date by 20 years.
Who better to prove it than city staff? Do they have tax records that you can go back to? Isn't that one of the easiest way to identify these things?
I don't think they allow that.
Property tax records?
It goes back to if it was illegally done, it wouldn't be on their tax records because the assessor's office wouldn't know that they've done something.
Or if it was done legally, it would be on tax records.
If it was done legally, then they're going to go through, we'll permit it, we'll send a cost estimate to the county. But, how many are legally built, or when I say built, added on or whatever, I have no idea what it would be.
Oh, sorry.
So it sounds like the city is kind of the best to do a lot of this anyways, and it sounds like 20 years isn't a problem with legal.
Well, I almost heard a resolution, or I almost heard that if the city permits it and they submit records to the county and the county, then that's your proof right there that it was permitted.
Assuming
right?
the county has records, that they keep their records going that far back.
But the county, just because I've dealt with this a lot, the county is just looking at assessment and value. They will, if someone adds on to their house and then later the county finds out and they go out and look at it, they'll change their records, but they do not, and Jeff, please correct me if I'm wrong, but they do not determine legality. We determine legality. So we go back to a building permit and we selected 1945 because that's when we started requiring building permits, is 1945.
Okay, well, I'm okay with just the date change. But I'm telling you guys, there's been recent examples that we don't keep proper records sometimes, so I'm okay with just the date change. I'm not trying to start up a can of worms, but maybe, hopefully, we can do a better job of maintaining records.
Councilmember Vega?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. The assessor is not going to frivolously just reassess you with taxes without some sort of burden of proof. As a real estate broker myself, I can tell you, every time we do something, we have to tell them where we receive the information, and most of the information that we do on valuation comes from the tax assessor's office, not from the city. So I can tell you legally we have to disclose where this information was come up. So I would say, I'm not saying you're wrong, Brian, what I'm saying is, for us, we have to utilize them as the source. If the city, there's a whole about there was a time where they said there was a fire here in Lompoc, and lots of documents were destroyed. No one's fault, just an act of whatever. So it sounds like we do have a lot of documents that are missing. So I think at the very least, I think the date change, if we have vague records of older properties, then maybe if there's no repercussions there as far as from the city attorney's side, all we're looking for is a burden of proof. You can use the assessor's office, you're right. You won't have a permit on file with them. But if a permit was done, they do get the information from which to reassess your property, just as they do now. Nothing's changed back then. They just don't automatically charge you more because they want to. They have to go by valuation, they have to go by building permit, and they go by purchase price. So basically 1% is charged when you buy the home or sell the home, and the rest of it is based on any improvements. So I'm not telling you anything new, but I'm just saying if there's no repercussions to moving the date, Jeff?
Yeah. I don't want to say there's no legal repercussions at all, but all I said is there's no legal repercussions with making 1945 1965, which is
Gotcha.
that 20 years.
And I would support that just based on the fact that you don't want someone to, you're going to have an impasse here where nobody can find any paperwork, especially if it's legitimate.
So I guess the motion is that we just move the date to 1965.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion and a second, and now we need public comment. Floor is now open.
Nicholas Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. I can attest to the fact that in the last 2 years, have helped over 10 different individuals that have not had permits at the city, but have been able to locate permit histories, diagrams, drawings, and reassessments at the county from 7 years ago to 70 years ago. And in all cases, they were facing the burden of proving that that was their issue. That's how I got involved in politics. I was told that I had built an illegal addition and there was no permit history on it. But guess what? It was a building built in the 80s, an addition done with CDBG funds for low-income rehab on my parents' home. And I was told that I was going to be made to go get exposed framing, redo everything to current code. I was looking at almost $50,000 for something that was done legitimately. Thank goodness that I found the old loan file, brought it in, and voila, everything was okay after that. But up until that point, that complete burden of proof was placed on me as a homeowner to do that. That is not right. There has been a transition from the old city hall to the new city hall. Everybody from way back knows that there was records. Also, there was the transition from the paper documents to the computerized system. Just because it's in the computer doesn't mean there was never a paper trail for that. So I'd be very cautious of putting the proof or even a date. I think that it should be open, that if you can prove that it was legally established, that you have the right. And I'm not certain about this, who you shift the burden to. I think the important thing is that you're able to substantiate with a reasonable assurance that the building was built legally. And if you go to the county and the county records are there, if you go to the CDBG and the home improvement permits are there, or if you happen to go to some other third-party source where there's a document of that, just because that building permit's not there in that computer doesn't mean it didn't exist. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So my experience is rather similar. I can go back to a file, I can pull a letter from the city that says I have to tear out improvements in the building because they were done without a building permit. Fortunately, I was saved because back in 1962, when it was done, the electric department put stickers on stuff when they approved it, and that one panel hadn't been taken down that proved that I had that Comcast had a building permit. So I appreciate changing to 1965, and I want to digress because you didn't have public comment to the dB issue. The issue with that has to do with the decibel level inside the building. The decibel level inside the building doesn't affect anyone else around you. You know, we have an ordinance that says you can't be more than 65 dB at the property line. So I'm not sure why we have that in there in the first place. Clearly, any church, any theater, any auditorium is way louder than 45 dB. And I guarantee you any industrial building where they're actually building something, because they're right next door to my office, is way louder than 45 or 55 or even 65 dB. So you might ask the city attorney if you can amend the portion of the code that deals with inside the building. And I realize it's in the general plan, but maybe shouldn't even be regulating that. Thank you.
Thank you. The reason the public comment wasn't taken on that item is there was no motion, so we didn't actually have that discussion. Any further public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will close discussion. The motion on the floor is to move the date to 1965, and there has been a second. Any other questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0.
I have 3 items left, so I don't know if we need to extend, but 2 of them come together, and then there's one separate. So I don't know how long it'll take, so putting that out there. Okay, we'll just continue then. On item number, the last page, item number 17.6.20-3 and item number 17.6.20-10, I was just going to say, going back to the non-conforming uses and the vacancies in some of those buildings, having it at 1 year, sometimes when you're dealing with commercial real estate lots, 1 year may not be enough for somebody that's coming in to potentially purchase that and get it open, get it financed and get it open. So I was just going to suggest 2 years on that and maybe making an exception for I and BP because those properties take longer usually to find either renters or to find people that are going to buy and use those facilities. So that was just going to be my recommendation. That instead of 1 year, we go to 2 years and that we eliminate the I and the BP from both of those, industrial and business park.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Cordova. I and BP, please?
Industrial and BP, yeah, and business park, yeah.
No. It's industrial and business park, is that what you
Yes.
meant? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cordova, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by eliminate industrial and business park from the 2-year requirement?
No, so in that section, the last item on that page of
39.
attachment 17, yeah.
Oh,
I was just going to say that based on, because this one was noted as no change, but when I went back and looked at it, I kind of thought maybe that the I and the BP, the industrial and the business park, would not necessarily need to be part of that because of the fact that those typically take a lot longer, and that's what we usually see as vacancies for very long periods of time.
Okay.
Because that one's giving, it says properties up to 3 years of vacancy before the use is lost. But I was just saying eliminating industrial and business park, but I don't know if that's something that the rest of the council would agree with.
Councilmember Vega.
Just for clarification, you want to add business park to that, the industrial part of that?
No, it would be basically eliminating them from that section because we're saying that that section is giving them 3 years for the non-conformant, but by eliminating those two, just because they take longer traditionally is what I've noticed, that those parcels or those businesses or those lots take longer. So I was just saying we could eliminate those because that's the use for those buildings anyway.
Are you saying make uses in industrial and business park zones go back to the 3 years time period instead of the 1 year?
No, that one's already, well, the recommendation on here, and I'm sorry I don't have that one in front of me, but the recommendation on here, based on attachment number 14, said a section that gave vacant industrial properties up to 3 years of vacancy before the use was lost, but it was deleted in the zoning ordinance, and industrial properties which tend to have longer vacancies are now under a 1 year loss. So yeah, so eliminating those from that.
So go back to 3 years.
Yeah, take off
I
the
guess,
year.
yeah.
I
Sorry
guess
if
where
I
this
didn't
is really
clarify that.
confusing is, you're going over all the comments from John Lynn. He was using a different code, so we're now on this clean code. So I'm having a hard time following where he is at in this particular code.
I was just bringing it up because it said that there was no change made to those. So these were the recommendations that were put up there, and we all reviewed them, so everybody's had these, but these were noted as no change, and so that's why I went back, I looked at all the ones that said no change, and those were the ones that kind of struck out to me, but.
Yes. Oh, we need an extension of another 15 minutes. Councilmember Mosby.
Motion.
I will second. Let's vote. 5-0. We will now go to 11:30.
Could I make a request to Councilwoman Cordova? Could you look at the code, the clean code copy, which is attachment, what is this? Attachment 9? Just so we can kind of looking at the comments is a little confusing without looking at the actual code section. I think it'd be easier for Jeff and I to figure out what you're wanting. I think I understand part of your request, but not all of your requests.
So in section 17.6.20-3, I'm asking for 2 years, and in section 17.6.20-10, I'm asking for 3 years. If it hasn't already been fixed. And I was just going off of this because it said that there was no change going to be made to that recommendation.
What was the code number again?
According to John Lynn's list, item number 36, which was recommended as no change, was originally 17.6.203. So I don't know what it is in the clean code. The other item was item number 39 of no change, and in his list, it's 17.6.20-10. So again, not clear as to what it is in the new.
Yeah, I think those page numbers have changed.
Right.
Yeah, they're the wrong numbers.
Right. So those are old numbers based on that list, and not knowing what they now are makes it difficult to see what changes. The assumption is no change has been made, but we don't know what the new numbers are to look at what it currently says, is what I'm hearing.
So I'm okay if you want to go back and take a look at those, and we can
Let's say,
discuss them later.
For the next meeting, when we bring this back, we can review the book to make sure we know which ones we are looking at.
Okay.
Okay, so on attachment 14, item 36 and 39 will be reviewed by staff and brought back for clarity. Okay.
And the last item that I had was out of the table in section 17.3.08.080-A. And in this one, we're talking about the transportation demand management plan. Is that particular item, this is not part of this list, but when I was reviewing the book, is that particular item, when we're talking about developments over 100,000 square feet, is that part of the code right now, or is that something that we'd be putting in?
One second. Go ahead and just repeat the code section very, very slowly so I can write it down.
I have it as 17.3.08.080, and then A being for the tablet, I'm assuming that that's what I'm going to question, actually.
80. Okay. So 80A, the transportation demand management plan. Could you just repeat your question regarding
So
that?
is that new, the tablet, or is that something that's already existing, or is that something that's new?
That's new.
Okay, so that's what I thought. I just wanted clarification on that. And so 3 things that I wanted to question on that. One was when it says on here, a transportation demand management plan shall be required for non-residential discretionary projects over 100,000 square feet. What do we mean by discretionary projects?
Whether it needs to go to planning commission or not.
Okay, so we're saying that it would be something that would be under the discretion of the planning commission.
I believe so, although, yeah, Jeff is nodding, so.
And then it says over 100,000 square feet. Is that for the building? Is that for the lot? I would just want clarification on that so that people understand it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We could specify that would be building area. Right now, it just says a project.
Right. Right, so I just wanted clarification on that item, because that would confuse surely a developer. And then I'm okay, because I understand that plan has to be there. I'm okay with all the items listed, but where we did the additional measures, I was kind of blown away, because if we were doing this today, and the Hilton Garden Inn was 108,000 square feet, and we were required to put in this whole list of things, and I don't want to bore anybody with the details, but we're saying that we'd have to provide alternative work schedules and flex time for employees, preferential parking for carpool or van pool vehicles, bicycle parking and shower facilities, bus stop improvements, on-site childcare facilities. I was confused about that, and the list goes on, so I don't know what the thought process was behind that, because that would be very, very hard for a developer to swallow.
Yeah, that hotel is not that size. It's smaller, I believe. But a lot of these things, Christie is saying that it's part of the Green Code, and actually, that hotel that you work for has a lot of these features, such as van pool, and I'm trying to remember last time, I think there might be.
Well, if this is new, we wouldn't have had to comply with this.
Green Code.
Right.
Would probably, would.
The compact spaces, the bicycle racks, I get all that, but telling a developer that they have to provide, bicycle parking and shower facilities, as well as on-site childcare facilities, and telling them that they have to also pay more or differential pay for employees to encourage them to park in off-peak times. So I just didn't know if.
I think Councilmember Cordova, that a lot of this, probably what the consultant was putting it together, carries over or is trying to do that crossover of all of this, I don't know how else to say it in a nice way, but all of this green way we're going, where now we're required to put in the charging stations and all of that type of stuff. So I don't know if it's just design aspects that they were trying to incorporate in there, but if there's key ones in there that you'd like us to look at removing, we can always find out if it's something we can do. If there's no recourse for doing it, then we can remove them.
That's what I would like to have, is some discretion where we're not putting something here as requirements or additional measures for developers that there's no way that they'll want to meet that. There's no way on earth that somebody who's already building a 100,000 square foot building is also on top of that going to want to build all this and pay people more money and do all this stuff. It just. So if it's not law and it's not required by the Green Code, I get when we have to comply with codes, I understand that. But if it's not required, why are we trying to force people to do something that is not required?
We will certainly look into that. I think those are very, very good points. So we'll get a little more background and look into that and see if we have to have that. A lot of times, projects of that size is going to have almost always an environmental review process, traffic study and things like that. And in order to mitigate some of those impacts, a lot of these things will be incorporated, but certainly not all of them. And childcare would be difficult. The additional measures that are listed in here, they wouldn't have to do all of those, but they are giving you a list of things that you may do. They use the word may, so not shall there. But well, still, I think it deserves a little more background information that we can bring back to you.
Yeah, because the way it's listed as additional travel demand measures, a measure does tell me that I'm required to do it. Encourage tells me I could tell you to go pound sand, but a measure tells me that I am required to do it. And so I just, if my motion would then be that we eliminate that altogether, and that we only, it shouldn't be on here. I'm not comfortable accepting the zoning ordinance with this and then going back and fixing it, because I don't have a guarantee that we're going to go back and fix it.
Councilmember Mosby.
I'll give you a second, too.
You're talking about 17.308.080, Transportation Demand Management Plan, correct?
Yes.
And I think, as Mr. Halverson said, that feasible trip reduction strategies may include. So the may include component because there are mandates that you're going to be required to meet. So there's just giving a may include component here. It's not a mandate. This is actually, and then going to be additional measures, again, be additional measures that may be incorporated into the transportation demand management plan. They're just giving a list. It's not a mandate. These aren't even recommendations. These are things that may be there. So I think it's not a mandate in here. It's less than encouraging.
Oh, I see what's going on, trust me.
It's a requirement to have the plan, but like Councilman Mosby says, is the word is may. So I think the key is the plan, but I would like to get a little more background because I don't know the complete origin of everything here.
And if that's the case, I just want to know whose may is going to be, whose discretion is this may going to be under? Because I want to know who I can tell to go pound sand.
Yeah, but again, it's a may component, and there's a list, and I believe through APCD and such and SBCAG, there's probably even a lot more of them. The list could probably get a lot longer because they're asking you to have these offset components. So it's again, this is just a maybe list.
And green components, I completely understand. Putting compact parking spaces, putting in electric charging stations. We did all that. I get that. What I disagree with is telling a developer that they have to provide childcare, that they have to provide showers for bicyclists, that they have to do all this. Unless you show me where it's written in the code that that is a requirement, I think Brian and Christy have said that they're going to go back and review this. So what I'm saying is delete it until we know what is legally required, and do not impose on developers stuff that we're just going to pull out of air and make them do that. As it is, there are very few people that want to come into Lompoc to develop 100,000 square foot facilities.
What I think you're failing to hear is exactly what Councilmember Mosby says, is it's an option list. It's not a mandated list. Here's opportunities to reduce your impact as part of your traffic mitigation plan. And so it's a list of options that you may choose as a developer. It's not a required list. And I think that's where there may be confusion, is that we're required to put this in, as APCD and SBCAG say. There are mitigation plans we're required to put forward. We're required to put forward options. This is just a suggested list. You could come back and say, just as you did when you were doing your program, you were only going to do the compact spaces and the, and the carpool parking. Others may come back and say, I'm not going to do those, but I'll do the bike racks and the showers. So I think the misunderstanding, with great clarity from Councilmember Mosby, is you may do these things to reduce your impact. So we're required to have that in that document, and we're just providing a list. And I think taking it away is a bad idea, because a lot of people don't necessarily understand what traffic mitigation is if you don't give them an example of what you could be doing.
I have no problem taking it away if it's not a required plan to be in there. So if it says to do a zoning ordinance update, whatever it is, and they say you need to have this kind of plan, but you don't have to require they meet all the requirements, that very well could be why it's worded the way it is. But obviously, we will find that out, because we do not want to impose more burdens upon businesses. We want them to come here and we want them to build. We don't want to make it harder.
Right, and what you guys are saying is not what I heard from staff right now. I heard from them that some of these items are not required and that they're gonna go back and do their research. I'm only questioning the added measures. I'm not questioning the whole section, the whole code. I'm not saying take it out. So I'm not deaf. I know what I understand, and I know what I heard.
And I think, if I may add too, is we'll go back and look, but we might even be able to add where we pull that section, that matrix out, and say as per whatever code it's coming from. So it doesn't list everything, just says so the person may go back and they can visit whatever code it is, and they'll have a whole list. And the other part is that may get updated, and if we're out of date with that one, then we have to go back and update it, versus just like with a fee schedule, it would refer to a fee schedule. This could refer to wherever section that's coming from.
All right, well, we're 3 minutes away from our 11:30, so I will ask for a 15-minute extension, because we obviously need to finish this conversation. So may I have a motion for 15 minutes? Okay, I'll make it. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let's vote. All right. And that passes 5-0, and we will now go to 11:45. So I believe there was a motion on the floor by Councilmember Cordova to remove the chart. And it was seconded by Councilmember Vega. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
And staff has said they will do so, but if it is something we have to have in it, they will bring back and let us know that it has to be there. Okay. Public comment.
I'd like to have a question too. Though,
Oh, sure.
If
Yeah.
it's okay. You know, we've gone through this back and forth, and I can't believe that most of the people here believe that may means it's not going to happen. I understand that it's going to be mandated, but you're saying may, but you know what? It also allows the building department to say we want it. And then you have to go back and appeal. It's not a discretionary thing where you can just say no. So clarification would be great, because it would be a deterrent to me if I was a developer coming in to spend millions of dollars and I see the list of stuff and maybe another city that doesn't have that same requirement. You know, we don't know until you guys come back and tell us. It would be a great deterrent. What we're trying to do is do an economic booster here. We're trying to encourage, and as you know, the Explore Lompoc, we're trying to get people to come over here and invest so we have opportunity, more jobs, better jobs. The housing element, it's great that the beach is coming forward. I hope that we get to fish. I hope that we get to use the lagoon. I think forward motion, we should all work together to maintain it. And I think we will. But I think the may is also just as what we've seen. Discretionary powers have not been used here. Normally it's easier just to say you have to do it. And I don't think any of you can say that they won't make you do it. So I have to support that, and I still stand by my second. I think it's derogatory. It's a negative to development.
Public comment is open. Seeing no one rise, we will close public comment and bring it back to council. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. All right. Any other council concerns with the current proposed code? Seeing no lights, I will look to the city attorney for the appropriate motion, given the laundry list of things that were recommended, the many things we discussed. What would you recommend as the appropriate motion to move this forward, given I don't believe item 5, 7, and 8 can be accepted because it's general plan and EIR? So,
Yeah, there's a few items tonight that haven't been decided yet because we have to bring more information back to staff, back to the council. So because of that, we have to have a motion to continue this to a date certain. It can be another special meeting or it can be a regular meeting. Probably should be a special meeting, as Ms. Alarcon suggested.
all right. Staff, I guess, needs to recommend a window so that we can look at that time frame, given what you might need to research and bring back while we all pull up our calendars. All right. Do we have a window?
With only 2 planners and the workload, projects keep coming in. I do not feel comfortable bringing it back in 2 weeks. I think we need at least 4 weeks. So whatever special meeting we would like to do in 4 weeks, I would feel comfortable with that, but 2 weeks is just not enough time. So the end of October, I guess we're looking at.
So I believe that the week of the 21st is what you're looking at? That's the, or is that?
Weeks, but,
Are
okay.
you looking at the week of the 27th and 28th? I believe some of
Oh,
us are out of
sorry.
town that week.
Okay.
Isn't that?
Yeah, I will be out of the country that week, but
Yeah.
you
No,
all
no,
can
no.
go on without me.
No. I'm
Majority
going to be out of
rules.
town part of that week as well. So again, 5th week. So we now move to the first week in November, which we have a council meeting on the 5th. And there's no planning commission on the 6th, so that becomes available. But the 4th, the 6th, the 7th.
7th, yeah.
The 7th,
7th?
Maybe, November 7th?
Does the 7th work for everyone?
Yeah.
All right.
That would be,
So, Mayor, I'll be out of town actually that weekend, but you five will be here, so I can. I will be.
As long as you're comfortable with us going rogue.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I got
Following week, I'll be out of
everyone
town.
here is very competent and
So then we will make the motion to continue the zoning code update to November 7th at 6:30 PM. That is the motion on the floor. That's a Thursday. You're welcome. All right, so that's the motion. I need a second. Councilmember Cordova, your light's on. Do you want to give it a second?
Well, I just had a question too. Will we be able to see an updated document with all the changes that we've been talking about? Because I'd like to see an updated document at some point in time.
very good question. I have talked to the consultant about that, and I think that we can. The thing that's difficult, though, and I'll just have to be very honest, is that we still have more changes coming. So every time we have our consultant spend time updating and printing these new codes, it's costing us money, and we are getting down to the wire here. So I'll do what the council says, but I would prefer not for them to do another code. But if that's what you need in order to make better decisions, like the clean code, it didn't seem like we really referred to it very much tonight. So that's what they would basically do, is do a brand-new clean code and include it, which we can, but it's going to take, more of their time, or we could do strike out and underline pages. But then last time we did that, that was criticized, not by council, but I think it was difficult for the community to only look at underline and strike out without the context of the entire plan. So I'm just saying it's a cost issue to do that.
I guess as long as once we do get that final document, that we have time to review it to make sure that all of the changes actually made it into the document. So, I mean, it'll just push it out for that much longer, I guess.
Second on your motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any other questions? I do have a request. If any council member has additional changes they'd like to be seen, please try and book some time with staff to get your questions answered, and provide it to fellow council members via the city manager 3 to 4 days ahead of time, so that we probably wouldn't have to spend as much time, because we would have seen these, been able to look at the reasoning behind, had our own individual conversations with the planning department, and felt more confident about making these decisions in a much quicker method. So that would be my personal request, is that be a little more proactive and get the information to all of us sooner, so this goes a little smoother in the future. So thank you, and I hope you follow
Mayor,
that.
it's just an amendment to that comment.
Yeah.
The council can submit their comments to the city manager, and that will help staff to present
Exactly.
the items at the meeting.
Yes.
But the city manager should not distribute them to the council.
Thank you. At least get it to planning ahead of time, because this last minute trying to compare and do on the dais, I get it, that's what we're designed to do, but this is difficult material that I think takes good preparation. All right, let's have a vote. Yes. Next meeting, yes. And that passes 5-0. All right, we will adjourn this meeting to the next regular meeting at 6:30 PM on October 15th, 2019.